Here's how to make a TikTok edit into Vtuber's.
Oops. Hold on a little bit.
Cretin that's sitting next to Hassan Piker.
Let me.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So, Grounded 2 released into early access last week. I've been playing for the.
Yeah. Hold on a little bit. Whoa. It's hot. Really hot. Woo. By the way, hello, and good anytime soon, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Kiray Vacuo, and I'm your host and your voice used to entertain you, and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. Like, seriously, I have zero idea what I'm doing right now. And I'm not really sure, like, any of my system is working properly right now. I have to take a look at lots of things. Because my computer just restarted from the lightning strike, so there's a lot of things is still in shamble. When I say in shamble, I mean like really in shamble. So I have to take a look at lots of stuff first. Um, things. Nope. Just talking about stuff important. As most people already know this thing, I don't really give a shit about my drawing stream. Too much. Having audience or not is not really my big thing. All I need to do is to stream while drawing, so I have evidence that I draw the shit instead of people suddenly accuse me of like stealing or stuff. Both are the same persons. I don't give a shit about too much. And you use up your question quota. I got a few things I have to fix and stuff. Not really sure. It's a little bit busy. And I haven't slept the entire night yesterday, and I'm still awake until now, so I really don't have any energy to chat with you at all. So, yes. Better behave. No. Promise daily art is going to have daily art until I get affiliated in YouTube and also starting to earn money. Main thing is that I do daily art, not just a promise, it's also I'm trying to get donation from my effort. I say again, I'm unemployed. I have to work until I die to even get a tiny amount of money, okay? Most of the time, my effort just didn't get noticed. But I'm trying my best to put myself on the map. No, you should not. I'm not Mr. Beast. I will not steal kids' money, okay? Technically, it's your parent money. And also, I'm actually losing my voice because since well, being here is kind of like good enough. Just sometimes you just talk too much. That's the thing. But it's fine. It's fine. I say again, you being a kid, to be honest, I do think like you shouldn't be in the internet, but still, they appreciate the effort. Dang, this thing's super hot. Yeah, I can't really talk too much because this morning I already felt like my voice is losing. I'm trying to do record like this morning, like the latest shot is I literally finish drawing, posting everything, and then start to do record. After record, edit, and then post. I didn't stop. Even now, I'm still working. Before stream, I'm still working on other stuff too. I just never take a break. You will get grounded. But conversation aside, yes. Hold on a little bit. Still working on stuff. I can feel my vocal cord actually starting to hurt, so I might start a silent stream today. Depends. Yeah, all I can do is just play some YouTube video instead of like me chatting. I can still react somewhat, but you already can hear my voice is slowly getting tired. My high pitch is slowly going off. Here's the thing: if you start to hear me like sound like this, it means one thing: I'm very tired. I don't have energy to change my voice, but I still try to. Best of can, best of can. It's actually really funny that I just drank. Didn't you see it? It's actually really funny that most men they deepen their voice just to sound much more manlier. But for me, I work on the opposite side. I heighten my voice to sound younger. Because my VTuber model looks like a teenager. But yeah, my voice is generally sound like this. I should actually don't heighten my voice that much. Like I say again, I can feel the pain in my vocal cord. Normally, people heighten their vocal cord is just because they're girls. They need like cutesy voice. For me, I should actually just use back this voice, but it doesn't really match on my VTuber model, so I end up just don't use it like this. I do feel like I'm actually on the verge of getting sick though. Ugh. Hold on. I still have phone bill to pay, around like 50 ringgit. And then my nasal spray is almost used up. I think it only have like maybe a week left of like juice in it. If I need to buy one, it need 30 ringgit. So I still haven't like calculate food in. Thankfully, my family still kind of support me on the food department. So all I need to take care is my medical stuff, my own phone bill, and some electricity bill if I can. So $100 equal to 400 ringgit here. Yeah, technically it's like a 400 ringgit can pay off my family on the living expense quite a lot. So yeah, I'm trying. But again, it's difficult to earn money, especially in the internet. It's not like I'm like super rich or anything. It's not like I'm, super talented or super famous. I'm not like a cutesy girl. I'm just a random NPC with a sob story. Even not that sob, actually. And also have the affinity of being invisible. Sorry, when I'm tired, I sound really depressed. I become EO. EO. Every day I dizzy. I got no money home. Where is my steak house? Is it Rima Everstar or Rima Evenstar? I can't keep forgetting like her name. think this one I need to try out this method. I haven't do this for quite a while, so it might be a little bit. Yeah, I'm trying to save up some time by just draw a mirror image, at least on the body and the basic body shape and the face, and also eyes, nose, those kind of stuff. Okay, and this thing, ooh, vertigo already striking. Nope, I have to power through it. Can't be bitch around too much. Oh yeah, listen to some YouTube.
The past few days, and after about 25 hours, I've pretty much wrapped up checking out all of the currently available content in this initial iteration of the game. And here today, what I want to do is basically give you my, I guess we'll call it an early review of this work in progress title. Like, how is the game as it sits today? You know, just up front, I'll say it's not perfect. There are definitely quite a few issues, which we'll cover, but overall, I've certainly enjoyed it. Like, I had a fun time in what is a fairly limited amount of time for the survival genre anyways, but it's a very good baseline. It's a good foundation. It needs to get some things addressed, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where it goes from here. All right, now let's go ahead and just jump right into all of the details. Starting off with an explanation of the game itself, the setting, the premise, and its world. Now, like the original, Grounded 2 has you playing as one of 4 kids who, thanks to some science experiments, are now shrunk down to bug size, attempting to survive what is a fairly hostile environment. Although this time around, instead of being in a backyard, you find yourself in a massive public city park. So the park is broken into different zones named sections, and each of these represent what are essentially the biomes of the game with their associated plants, grasses, and other theming elements that you might expect. So to the far northwestern part of the map is Pine Hill. This has got pine trees and needles and cones all over the ground, giving this sort of like dense woodland forest vibe, almost like the Pacific Northwest. And then to the southwest, you've got this massive maple tree at the park's entrance with its fallen leaves and acorns, creating this very autumn and or fall inspired biome. Or to the southeast is a knocked over ice cream truck, and as such, with the ice and cream all over the place, it gives you what is essentially the snow region of the game. So there are currently 9 named areas with more to come. We've got about a third of what will be the final map in this current initial version. And beyond the specific themings just mentioned, much of the park is just an assortment of grasses, plants, and weeds, with each zone having typically one prominent point of interest or feature, along with numerous smaller ones. For example, there's a massive picnic table with different foods scattered all about and infested by spiders. There's a fire pit with some knocked over coals that forms what is essentially a volcanic region. You've got an overflowing trash can with its spoiled food creating poisonous gas clouds in the vicinity. And then all about the entire map, you've got entrances to these underground burrows and layers of ants, spiders, and other bugs that extend across huge swaths of the map. These are labyrinths with winding halls in pretty much every direction. Again, as mentioned, there are plenty of smaller objects that become their very own points of interest for you to explore. You've got a lunchbox with sweets and candies that are a rare resource you can harvest to craft some magic-based gear, an empty terrarium that got knocked over with its prior inhabitants lurking nearby, and there are things like a news camera, an old magazine, a backpack, a fridge cooler, and plenty more. And beyond all of that, there's also various outposts and facilities which belong to the science organization that runs the experiments which put you into your current predicament. Alright, so that is essentially the premise, the setting, and the environment. What exactly are you doing? Well, for starters, this is a survival crafting game, and as such, it shares a similar loop to other games of the genre. You start with nothing, you go around gathering the first tier of materials, making that initial basic armor, weapons, and consumables, until you can eventually upgrade your gathering tool, letting you progress to the next level, rinsing and repeating the process. As of now, there are 3 tiers of resources and their associated items to craft in the game, with more to come as we progress through early access. In fact, there are only like a few items in tier 3. Tiers 1 and 2 have a ton of items available. We've only got access to like a handful of tier 3 items in this current build. Now, one nice thing that I want to note here as well is that they make use of an Omni tool, which functions as your one item to harvest all resources, rather than having to swap between 4 different pieces of gathering equipment like a shovel, a pickaxe, and a hammer. Instead, you've got one tool that does everything. Although there are separate upgrade paths, there aren't multiple tools taking up multiple slots. It's just one tool and you use it to harvest everything, which is one of many nice quality of life upgrades that this game has received over the first.
Okay.
Now, beyond making gear and consumables, you're also gathering resources for building a base. You can actually place a base anywhere you want, able to construct a dwelling made out of
go off a little
various
bit.
materials.
Back soon. Stuff to do. We'll edit. Yes. And I'm back. Sorry that my aunt's like birthday and you go and sing birthday song, eat some cakes. Just that.
Of course, all of the expected stuff is here. You can place a foundation, walls, roof. You've got storage, crafting benches, cooking, water storage, and many others. There's also a system of base defense as well. Currently, you're able to place a few different traps and turrets with the occasional invasion from these bugs that are being mind controlled by some mysterious individual. So outside of all the similarities that this game shares with the genre standards, it is given its own twist when you consider the game's setting. The fact that we are shrunk down to the size of an ant and exploring a park from that perspective, it really makes the whole gathering crafting loop of survival games feel a little bit more unique. Huge pine needles, blades of grass, and weeds are effectively your wood resource in the game. The airborne seeds of dandelions act as a slow fall glider. Water is actually harvested from droplets on the tips of grass and is most readily available in the early morning. You've got tiny thorns that can be harvested from plants and turned into arrows, or what would be a roaring campfire in some other game instead looks like the tiny flickering flame of a matchstick. There's just a lot of great attention to the details of what a survival experience from the perspective of being the size of a bug would potentially look like. I think just across the board this is really well done, and once more makes it feel like a bit of a fresh take on the relatively standard formula that you get from survival games. That's something that I've really enjoyed. All right, so let's talk about progression. You've got the main story quest with a mysterious narrative about what happened to the people who participated in the experiments prior to you, and then beyond unraveling the story as you play through the quest, you're going to be exploring each of the game's zones. It's pushing you into different areas while also unlocking new features and mechanics as you progress. One of the big features that you unlock after a few hours is the new mount system called buggies. Pretty clever. Here you go out and steal the eggs of either ants or spiders, and then you bring them back to your base, hatching them in a hatchery. In such, you get to claim it as your very own mount and or pet. They actually function as both. You can get up and ride them, and they're much quicker and can jump higher than you can, but also they aid in combat. You can manually attack them while you're riding them, or they'll just chill by your side and attack anything you get in combat with. They can also help in gathering and harvesting resources. Just across the board, these are very useful and a really nice inclusion. Now, in terms of character power progression, you get a few different sources here. There are, of course, gear and weapons as you're moving up and through the tiers, unlocking more powerful stuff as you kill and collect resources from increasingly difficult creatures and in harder areas that require upgraded versions of your tool. And I will say that they really lean into the traditional RPG roles with their weapons and gear. Essentially, there are perks and set bonuses on gear that basically let you play as a tank, a mage, a ranger, and a rogue, essentially. To enhance this further are these mutations. These are enhancements for the different types of weapons in the game, various combat abilities, exploration, and survival mechanics. And the way this works basically is you do stuff and you level up and you get perks. So for example, if you kill 40 creatures with staffs, you're going to get increased damage to your staff attacks. Once you discover a point of interest, you unlock the ability to run faster. Once you deplete your stamina 100 times, you can unlock the ability to regenerate stamina faster. At any point, you can have 2 of these mutations active at a time. The game by default has multiple slots, so you can swap between different setups essentially, and there's additional progression that lets you have 3 and 4 mutations active at a time as you progress further. Which brings us into the final form of power progression, which are the molars. Basically, you find teeth scattered about and hidden in certain locations across the map. Breaking them open then rewards you a point for passive buffs, increasing your health, your stamina, your healing, your active mutations, as just mentioned, as well as reducing your hunger and thirst drain. And then there are these rarer mega molars that let you increase consumable resource and arrow stack sizes, which again just essentially introduces some more quality of life. As for the game's combat, well, you are fighting bugs, surprise, from gnats, grubs, and mites to larger creatures like bumblebees, mosquitoes, and spiders. Oh dear lord, are there a lot of spiders. And I will say there is an arachnophobia mode. If die Spinne happens to make you a bit uncomfortable, you can kind of circumvent this a bit, but boy, it's unsettling. I don't have arachnophobia, although I do find spiders unsettling. and I appreciate just how terrifying they are when they're so oversized. Now, the combat system itself is rather simplistic, but I will say it feels good. There's a nice sense of weight and impact to it. And the fact that you can use pretty much however many weapons you like also keeps things fresh. So there's an assortment of different weapons, many different ones for each category. Those categories include one-handed, shields, two-handed, dual-wielding, ranged, like bows basically, as well as magical staffs. And many different weapons. They come with different perks as well to them. And again, all of this combined with the mutations and the gear system and the gear set bonuses, you can literally feel like you're playing. Like I started off as a ranged bow character with a armor set to go with it. Then I swapped to a tank build with a life leech, and then finally I've settled on playing as the mage. I've got basically a fire and a frost staff and a mage set that helps enhance that as well. It's really cool. I didn't realize that this game was gonna feel like a survival game slash RPG game with different playstyles. I like it quite a bit. The one thing I guess I'm missing right now is a healing class. I'd love to see if they incorporate that later down the road. So as for the overall gameplay loop, like what are you doing? Well, as mentioned, it's a survival crafting game. So you start with nothing. You got your story. You're going to be going around picking up basic resources. You'll make your first set of gear and weapons, get some consumables. You start working on your base. Following the main story quests all throughout is going to have you venturing into the different zones, going into harder areas with more difficult and more numerous creatures to engage with, exploring points of interest in the process, getting collectibles, powering yourself up, killing creatures for their resources that fuel the crafting. You're also finding teeth and unlocking mutations for that additional power progression beyond any gear that you craft, getting stronger, which then lets you take on the larger enemies like those massive spiders, the cockroaches, praying mantis, bumblebees, and more. You keep progressing the story, you keep exploring new areas, you keep getting more powerful. Eventually you'll get your tier 2 and your tier 3 weapons and armor, fending off the occasional base raid here and there in between, until you eventually get to the end of the story, have explored all of the zones and all of the points of interest. And that is essentially the game at the moment. I would say it's rather straightforward, but fun, and mostly I've just enjoyed the exploration and the challenge of combat, because combat can be quite difficult. All right, now let's go ahead and move into my impressions. As always, we're going to start off with the pros. For starters, I just think the entire premise and setting is great. It really is a nice spin on the genre, and to go along with this unique setting is a rather impressive level of attention to detail, which really has gone a long way in adding to the immersion. Like I said, the fact that when you have a campfire, it looks like a matchstick instead of a roaring fire, or the fact that when you're gathering water, you're doing so from dew droplets that collect on the tips of blades of grass, or the fact that at any point, because you are small and everything comparatively is oversized, you can look off at the distance at the hot dog stand, at the picnic table, and quickly get your bearings in the map without having to actually pull up the map itself. Like, once you get familiar with the game and where each of those major points of interest are located, you can just use the environment as your navigation tool. You don't really need a compass. You can see, oh, there's the popcorn hot dog stand. My base is in that direction from my current position. I'm gonna go over there. Or, oh, look over there. That's the picnic table with the pine trees behind it. I know that's in the northwest corner. If that's where I want to go, that's where I'm headed. So yeah, they do a great job with the play space, and the fact that there's still much more to come has me excited and looking forward to how they progress with that. There are a lot of survival games out there, but quite a few exactly like this, and I've appreciated that. Beyond some issues, which we will cover in the next section, I will say just as a general statement, this is, I think, a solid foundation for what will hopefully become a great survival game when all is said and done. There's already some great quality of life in here, like the aforementioned Omni tool, which takes all of the harvesting tools and combines it into one item, or the fact that they've got the ability to deposit all items into chests that are in the nearby area. So you know how a lot of survival games will have you deposit all similar items from your inventory into the chest that you're interacting with? Well, in this game, there is a deposit all, and it's actually just even a keybind. It's going to put anything in your inventory that matches in any chest that you're standing by, automatically deposits it into any of them, so you don't have to go and interact with every chest and go deposit similar, deposit similar, deposit similar, deposit similar. You do it once, everything similar that's already in any chest around you is going to get filled up and your inventory gets emptied. Really, really nice. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else they add as well. The bug mounts and or pets and or combat allies is a really nice addition. I've really, really enjoyed them. They also too have their own like RPG stats. You can get better and worse versions for different things like speed, agility, combat capabilities, etc. I really like, as mentioned, kind of the RPG class mechanics that they lean into with the gear, weapons, and how frequently you use use things, giving you additional perks. I really like that. Speaking of which, there's already a ton of different gear options and sets in the game. So in my current build, I counted 19 different sets of gear that we have unlocked in tiers 1 and 2 with a couple of tier 3 sets. And given that the game isn't even close to finished, it looks like the final version is probably going to have like at least double the number of gear sets to work towards, which is really nice. Similarly, there are a ton of different weapon options already available. And all of this means just like lots of different play styles that you can mess around with. As mentioned, I started off going with a ranged bow build, then I swapped into a life leech tank, and then finally I ended up playing as a mage with an ice and fire staff. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what else they add to the game. Those are most of my pros here. Let's go ahead and now move into the cons. First of all, just simply put, it's early access. The game is not finished. Right now, we have got what is roughly a third of what is planned for the final 1.0 release version of the game. So there is still a lot more to come, but that also means there's a lot in the current game that isn't yet available. And then beyond that, with the early access version, there has been, unfortunately enough, quite a lot of performance and technical issues. So performance across the board seems pretty rough. That is the #1 complaint that I'm seeing from user reviews. And even on my rig, running an RTX 4090 and i9 14900K and with 64 gigs of RAM, I have noticed a bunch of performance issues. The frame rate fluctuates a fair bit. I have had numerous hard crashes to desktop. I've had many more hard freezes where the game would just lock up for a solid 10 to 15 seconds before then picking up again. I started out playing solo and then eventually went into a multiplayer match playing with my friends, and multiplayer itself has a lot of separate issues. There seems to be a lot of desync when you're playing with friends, just constant. It's not exactly rubber banding, but everything feels like there's just a little too much latency to it. Other players and buggies also appear to be like at times be way lower frame rate than your own characters. Like my frame rate could be maybe a solid whatever 90 or 120, but then I look at my friends moving around and it looks like they're moving at 5 frames per second. It's just really off-putting. Then also setting up multiplayer, I gotta say that was kind of a pain. For whatever reason, everyone has to log into an Xbox account, and we're playing on Steam on PC. We're playing on PC via Steam. We all had to log into Xbox accounts. Half of the group I was playing with didn't even have Xbox accounts, so they had to go set up an Xbox account, log in. Then we had to all add each other to our Xbox friends list on xbox.com or whatever, rather than just, you know, it's a game on Steam, just open the game and invite your friends from your Steam friends list like 99.9% of all games on Steam do. They had you jump through these separate hoops, which I just really didn't like. And then a lot of technical issues, regard multiplayer or single player. We've come across quite a few bugs and glitches. The bugs themselves, the creatures we're fighting, seem to get stuck in the terrain fairly often. I would say, if I had to guess, I've seen this happen like 20 different times throughout the course of playing over 25 hours. We kept, whenever you die, you drop your backpack and then you have to go retrieve it to get your resources back. Our backpacks just kept falling through the terrain. Apparently this was a known issue though, because there is a button in the game's menu to return all backpacks to the starting area. But just the fact that this kept happening was rather frustrating. And then also the mounts, we had the ants and lost access to them on a regular basis. Like either they would go out of range and instead of being resummoned like they should or going back to the nest, they would just disappear. Like our mounts would just be gone, nowhere to be seen. And then 30 minutes later, they would just reappear again. It's not how it's supposed to function, by the way. Like there's a whole system where the mounts are supposed to go back home, or you can summon them by whistling and they'll return to you within like 10 or 15 seconds. There were numerous occasions where our mounts just like, they vanished from this plane of existence. Maybe they went to grounded 1 and hung out for a while and then came back to grounded 2. I don't know, but yeah, that's clearly not working as intended. And then the two other cons I want to mention first is I think the UI is quite clunky in a few areas. Much of it appears to be designed specifically for consoles and or controller and just doesn't feel or function right on a mouse and keyboard. And then finally, the game's just short, relatively speaking. Like for the survival genre, we've pretty much wrapped up our playthrough at around 25 or so hours. Now this will of course take more or less time depending on your playstyle. I'll also add that if you're playing entirely solo, you're probably going to get more hours out of it because it's going to be much harder to deal with some of the larger creatures. When we're playing in a group, we can kind of juggle the enemies by just whoever doesn't have aggro can freely attack, which is something you really can't do when you're solo. You can kind of do it with your buggy pet, but I digress. I would say 20 to 35 hours is like what you could roughly expect from this game, from the current build. And that's just a side effect of it not being finished, of course, but even not being finished, for a survival game, it's kind of on the shorter side. Like even in Shrouded, in its first early access iteration, I think I got 50 or 60 hours out of it. So it's not short by any means. This isn't a 5 hour, this isn't like RuneScape Dragon Wild. It's like a 10-hour game. It's still over 20, but just want to put that out there. You know, it still certainly has a lot of work that needs to be done, but as mentioned at the top and in all of the pros, I have certainly overall enjoyed my time with the game. Now, there is a little bit of a fatigue with the whole early access model, like playing this truncated version of a game and then coming back in a few months for some new stuff, and then again a few months later, and then maybe a year later when it's finally finished. But that's kind of like a wider topic. It's not really specific to this game. And I mean, really, it's fine, whatever. Like if I play and I have fun, that's all I'm looking for, really. And I will say the game is fairly good overall, and it's done fairly well as a result. It's reached a peak player count of nearly 50,000 concurrents just on PC alone. By comparison, the original game peaked at 32,000 concurrents, and right now it's got a mostly positive review score on Steam, which is impressive considering its rather limited content and fairly widespread technical and performance issues. Certainly, I do think it's got a bright future, and if their support of the original Grounded is any indication, it should be doing just great in like a few months to a year from now. In fact, they already have a detailed roadmap outlining their plans over the course of the next year, which in summary, we're going to get new armor, weapons, and consumables, brand new enemy creatures from crickets, earwigs, oh god, aquatic creatures, and various bosses. There will be new variants of bugs along with bug mutations, additional mounts, some more base building options, tons of quality of life improvements planned, and as already mentioned, they will...
Hi, Nino. Oh, wait. Am I in the servers? I was supposed to be in server. Yeah, yes, I am in. But yeah, right now I'm drawing Rima Everstar. If you guys have watched news stuff before, I think you know who she is. Our local Hosker. I'm going to draw her doing the Uma Musume like running post. I'm starting getting better and better like making line art with my carving style. It's actually really fun. You don't exactly like, here's the thing, like I don't exactly like draw the line here. I do circle, really long circle like this, and then be like, you know what, let's chip this off a little bit. Nice. Ta-da. Now, one thing, I'm not a girl. I do not know how booba physics functions. So when you run here, your booba should sway to the left or sway to the right. Or if you have a decent spot bra, should it just stay in one place? Because I'm not a pervert that in like, imagine like I need to go to study how booba physics work and then go to a gym and just sit there and watch people watch people on the treadmill. That'd be hilarious actually. I will go to a lot of time get like dunked up by like dunked up by a lot of like police. And then the reason is like I'm doing art study. That's the worst way to go. The worst way to go. Let's play some... Oops. Nice Xenoblade Chronicle music. I know that sway. I just don't know when you do this, your boot will swing to the opposite side or follow the flow. Like, you know, like if you do this, either your boot go the opposite way when you go like cross something like this, or you do this, the boot will follow the physics and sway to that. I don't know how it works. Opposite? So right now she kind of like swing upward, so they're kind of working a little bit opposite, but should go to like downward left direction, I guess. Yeah, thanks for the tips, I guess. Here's the thing, I only can draw with mental image. So, my mental image of girls is really difficult to draw. This is why I don't really draw lots of girls with big booba. Because I only got A cup, okay? I only can draw people with A cup. It's really hard for me to draw above A cup. I have man boobs, yes. What? If you draw, you've seen a lot of boobs, okay? I'm already desensitized for this thing. If people just start to strip in front of me, I'll be like, just... interesting shape. I'm not sure it's a good thing or a bad thing you become so desensitized at this point. Do that, and just this is enough. And yes, I know that too. You know, like, next time I should say, like, don't feed the monkey sign. Just don't feed Simon. What was I doing again? Ah, yes. Looking at the... Man, she got lots of hair, actually. My hair is stupidly long. I need to get a haircut, but I don't even have money for it. I should just cut my own hair. Maybe I should stream it too, like how I cut my own hair. Because I always cover my head, like forehead. The moment every single time I expose my forehead, I feel like, am I getting bald? No, it's actually just like I have a really tall forehead. Just that. The hairline haven't been like receding ever since. It's just this high. Oh. How is my camera turned off itself? Oops. Let me find out reasons. Okay. Should be working now? Recalibrate? Alright. Done. Good. Alright, Zach, I know who you are. I'm not. I'm literally 30 years old. I played this game before. In fact, I did this before. I can smell the cringe from miles away. The reason I didn't call out that much is because I was young before. Just wanna have fun, I know. But it can be a little bit annoying when you throw too much. I'm literally kind of like in the stage of babysitting kids in the internet. You know, for girls who is already 30 years old, they would be called be rated as a hack. But what happened if a guy is 30 years old and also is a VTuber? Like, what would I be actually be labeled as? 30 years old unemployed? Let me show you something interesting in my schedule. Okay, I won't show you too much. I literally have a thing that can see informations. Basically, I can see people username instead of channel name. Not even you search your username, there's like a record and stuff. And you might think it's unfair, but it's also unfair for people to keep changing their name. Basically, somewhat of a ban evasion tool. Man, having green tea is actually very good for my throat. Or vocal cord, not actually throat. Because, again, speaking using vocal cord more than throat. Oh no, my eyes is going haywire again. If you guys don't know, my eyes is not working very well. When it keep constantly glitching, and when I say glitching, I'm not even joking about the glitching part. It's like my sight just it just tremble a little bit. don't need to tell you my secret. Showing you already too much. I can tell one thing, a lot of streamer knows, they just don't say a thing when people like either do ban evasions or just like use alternate account to, you know, do stuff. We have our way to know. A lot of people just play fring ignorance or just play around, you know? It basically is a tool for ban evasion for weirdo. There's way too many people who essentially hellbent on destroying like someone else's account by doing heinous stuff in their chat. And then when they got banned, that was their throwaway account, so they're fine with it. So they'll just like keep infinitely come in with many accounts. Even you complain it to YouTube doesn't do jack shit. This kind of system exists for that, so I won't really spill the beans on how people can detect this kind of shit. It's danger for a lot of streamers and YouTubers, all those kind of things. Basically, trade secret. Because of internet, we can't have nice thing. I find a little bit of troll with things, just have a little bit of fun. People play along with them, they're fine with it, they have fun, they'll leave. But if they keep sticking together and then be slowly converted into a horrible piece of shit, you ban them, they will just come back more. By having a second account, even though it's not a throwaway account, is already a big red flag. So if you have a second account, try not to let other people know, even that you are not intentionally using it as a throwaway account. People will just immediately flag you as a troll. But technically you kind of like one already. Not like one, behave like one. No, my eyes can't see. Yeah, my eyes keep going blurry. I can't focus. I can do this, Kiray. yeah, I totally forgot. Yo. I don't think the system is working at the moment. Yes, it's still working. Good. Okay, it's time to do some screen promotions. Man, she got all the stuff on her hand. And I have to shift my channel a bit. Since I don't have a lot of things to need people to chat as an assignment, so I'm just going to play some video. What kind of video I can play actually? Oh, Giga fighting Bishoujo, yes.
Doing a lot of this morning. I can't, not that I can't, I shouldn't give details right now, but I will say that I did sign some stuff this weekend that hopefully makes some things better, puts us in a good scenario. So working on a couple things. One of them is that I have gotten sign off on going to get my physical merch at some point. I'm just arranging how that works, or operationally how that works. So there's that. That's just like one part of it. So I did want to give the merch update that I'm at least going to go and try to physically get it. And I'm checking if I can grab anyone else's stuff or like whatever before I actually send, you know, a truck over and all of that. There's some stuff that I'm not sure of, but if I physically get the merch, the problem here is that I still need order data, which I don't have right now. So there's that. So I'm just hoping to get that. One person did reach out who may be able to get it for me, and I'm seeing if the person who's in charge of this whole process right now is able to do that. Yeah, exactly, Stat, right, to know who legitimately hasn't got their merch. Yeah, I need order information if I want to fulfill it. And if I did want to fulfill it, I would be, even though you guys already paid for shipping or whatever, I would just be taking on whatever cost it would take to get the merch moved to a new facility, to have it stored there, and then to get it shipped out to people and to pay workers to do all that. Like, that would still be on me. sucks. I'm not a streamer who makes insane buku bucks, so this is not like, oh, I just sneeze the amount of money this would take out kind of thing, but I would still try
Yeah,
to
do you
do
feel
it.
bad
It
for her?
sucks, but I don't know. I strongly feel like none of you at all should be punished for supporting me or intending to. You know, that should not ever be the case. So I still plan on, should I get that order info, to go and fulfill it. Like, no matter what. That scenario is the thing I just don't want happening. I do not want any of you to get. Some people already got when it comes to, you know, like money that they tried to put into charity not going to charity. So I'm trying to not, if there's a way I can not have a round two, there you go. You would be fine with paying for shipping again. What I might do is maybe just put up a dono number, like a bar. If I get that info and I figure out how much it would cost me to ship everything out to everyone, and just throw it there. And if anyone in the community wanted to help and cover that for others, they could do that. And by having that donut bar, you would know like anything that goes into this bar is going toward the shipping. I'm not pocketing it, right? So if anyone wanted to help do that, but it would be completely optional. I mean, I'm intending, should I get that order info, to just do it regardless. But I would do it for the transparency too, so you guys know how much, and if you wanted to help, you know how to help. If you hate me and never want to support me, but you love to cover part of the cost, you could see in the bar if you're helping that or not, you know, that sort of thing. So I think that would be a good way to do it. Again, that's assuming I get that info and I can calculate at least close to how much it would be. I might have to round it slightly, but like, you know, I'll try. But yeah, my intent here is I don't want any of you to get for just trying to buy merch to support me, right? That sounds like the best of a ton of bad options. Yeah, exactly. Like there's no winning here, but and costs will have to be incurred by somebody. And again, I'm putting myself up first as like I am willing to 100% cover that. That is just where I'm at. But I'll make it optional because some people.
You know, fun fact actually, there's one of the reason why I keep calling myself not an artist, because I think time and age is a little bit different, you know, how art style works, this and that, yeah, this stuff. But back in the days, everything I'm doing right now is considered a taboo for artists. Relying on like very thick line, doing this, doing that. It's basically by general means for lots of artists, they will avoid doing that because it's the most unprofessional things to do. You know? So I have a habit of not calling myself an artist even now because I still don't really think I am, to be honest. If I ever let a professional artist decided to want to critique my work, like around the time that I'm still learning art, I would be like the thing that I draw would be considered trash, unsalvageable trash. You know, back then like the art society stuff is really like tight fit. You only can like fit in a certain form of it. You can't really like innovate too much. You have to you can innovate. It's not like you can't really innovate, but you have to innovate with the rule. You have to play along with the rule while you have to do your own thing. So when you actually didn't follow a single rule and do your own thing, it's considered as a taboo work. Not a taboo work, it's more like a trash art. The things I do right now is basically thick line, gradient, rely on gradient, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Quite a lot of stuff I do is actually is quite frowned upon in the art professional in the olden days. I actually failed my art class a few times just because I do my own thing. I don't give a shit, and due to my hubris, I failed my class, wasted shit tons of money because of it. Yeah. That is like the thing about like our industry back in the days. Now it's actually really different because this just art resources is just it's already very available, But now it's become even much more expansive. Way more people trying to be artists, even that not because we already keep having like this encourage people who don't know how to draw, they can draw. So a lot more people that don't know those kind of like past art rule that you have to follow, all those kind of guidelines, this and that, yeah, this stuff. It kind of like slowly faded out by a lot of people who actually can't draw, and then they try their best to draw, and then actually they succeed because people like their drawing. And as time passed, like those kind of things like just get covered up. So the rules we have for 20 years ago and the rule we have kind of like now is completely just like out the window.
People will always be like, oh, I'd like to help. I think the best way I could do that is just putting up a donut bar when the time comes, you know, or something, if I get that info. But yeah, I want to be able to legitimately verify it, because the issue is if I have people just send me their order numbers, whatever, I don't have a way to check if those orders were actually sent or not. So everyone who ordered anything could be like, yeah, here's my email, and then I could like I could end up double sending so much. So that'd be a little irresponsible of me. I want to make sure people who didn't get stuff actually get stuff. I like to assume you guys wouldn't do that, but you know, you have to assume the worst, hope for the best, right? So I just really need that data to verify it. I also would really like my own merch. I want you to know that with this latest set of stuff, I just didn't even get my own. I didn't get it for the last one either. So I'm excited to have like a copy of each myself. Normally the process should be that I should get things to test out, and I didn't. I have previously, this time I didn't, so that would be cool. There was some stuff I ended up getting from like the Inquisitor debut, like there was some stuff that I did, but yeah, once we did stuff past that, I just didn't get any of it. I got to like feel a tester of like some things that I had to send back. I don't have anything to keep. I have the test Boris keyring, but it was one that they misprinted the color, and they were like, hey, just look at like the lines, like we did like the wrong color in this thing. And I was like, oh, okay, he has like cyan pants. it's like a rare Boris. So I have that, and the only thing I would have changed from that to the real one was the color, which they sent me tons of pictures of, so I got to see it. But yeah, the only one I have is the one with the wrong color. So I might take it, and one day we like auction it, like shiny Boris keyring.
All right, I'll be going to the toilet. Hold on a little bit. Be back soon. Okay. Don't try messing up while I'm gone. I need to drink another sip of tea. Ah, I'm back. Hold on. How many power I have left? 44%. Alright. Daily Quick Art, WIP. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Alright, I guess most of the thing already finished setting up. Let's go back to watch some video!
I'm taking a piss at this whole situation.
Sophie,
dead.
are
She's
you
super
okay?
dead. She's so far beyond dead. She's dead. She's dead.
Did you push her down?
I got you. Where's Min?
She felt horribly far. She's far from God. She is dead. She like ricocheted so bad. I don't even know what happened.
Oh, there I am. Oh,
You say this way, I don't even see you guys. I don't know what you mean. Wait,
I'm alive.
you're okay.
I have.
Yay! Yeah,
Does
she's
anyone
really
have
recovery.
food? Because I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, I do. You need to get over here.
I have food too. Look at my nice warm toasty marshmallows.
Okay. You can go first.
I'm literally. This is gonna make me touch lava. Yeah, this is killing me.
Oh,
I'm dead.
oh,
GG.
no, no. Oh,
No! The high ground now, Anakin.
ouch, 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 ouch.
What?
I pressed E! I pressed E! I pressed E! I should have thumbs up. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Doo-doo, doo-doo.
Sorry, I got a little bit too distracted.
Oh, the lava's coming up.
This is gonna make me touch lava. Yeah, this is killing me. I'm dead. GG.
What? Wait, what? Oh my god. I have the high ground now, Anakin.
That's not cool.
Why did you?
Man, I can't even stand still properly.
Why did you do this?
Oh no.
Oh my god. You could have waited.
That was a rough one.
Honor. I'm defending my honor. Waited for what? I was literally on fire.
Waited for the lava to cool down.
There wasn't gonna cool.
Yes, it was. It was going. It's like high tide.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've been dead this whole time. Why would I know?
I didn't actually know that either. I didn't know it goes up
Yeah,
and down.
it goes
I saw
down.
you
It
guys
goes
swim. I was like,
down.
oh well, they made it. So I'll try to
Sorry.
make it.
Yeah.
No, you should not.
Lava go up.
Well, how were we supposed to see it? I was literally dead.
The eyes tell you.
We'll have to wait for this one. I think it's about
I'm
to catch
rooting
fire.
for your death, Doki. In fact, I'm gonna block your vision the entire time.
Yeah, you wish you had this lollipop.
I don't care about your fucking lollipop.
Still have that. Min was literally begging for anybody to feed her so she could make it, and
know,
you
and
were
you
like,
wouldn't feed me.
No, I was like,
just wait, you
if you
guys.
make it here, I can give you this marshmallow.
You
I
didn't
said
say that shit.
Yes, I did. I was like, I have this marshmallow that I can give you.
Oh, the marshmallow that you
Make it.
stole because Snuffy and I
You
didn't get
stole.
one.
I got there before you.
I was dead.
Well, too bad.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you again. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. You won't. Come on, why aren't you going? Why aren't you going, baby Doki? Come on. Look.
This thinking catches on fire.
Look how
Come
fast.
here,
Look how
catch
fast
it.
Limu's gonna get pushed off the mountain from the
Well, that's her
guy.
fault if she
No,
gets
she's
pushed
because
up.
you're so slow.
No, I'm waiting for it. Look, it's gonna catch on. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that's gonna
That's-
catch on fire.
That's because you took too long, and the god is
No.
angry.
No, it's fine.
No, it's
fine.
not.
Yes, it is. It's fine. I'm gonna wait until this catches on fire.
I don't think
and
it
I'll-
will.
Yes, it will. Yes,
I feel like
will.
Doki
Oh
is
wow,
literally,
that's
like,
really
taking
on
the entire
fire. Are you okay, Limu?
It's the whole fucking thing's catching fire.
Is Doki gonna make it? Will it stop being on
I don't know. She was so busy arguing with you, she didn't move.
I know. I kept telling her to go. Okay, stop being on fire.
Okay.
Death,
Actually,
die,
it's not
die,
paying
die, death,
attention.
death. Don't
Oh
make
my
it.
God,
Death,
shut the
die,
fuck up,
death,
shut the
death,
fuck up,
die,
shut
death,
the
death,
fuck up,
die,
shut
die,
the
death, die, 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 death. That's you. This is a death threat. Die, 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 die.
I can report you for inciting death violence.
I don't care. I'm gonna tell them that you killed me because you
to the
starved me to
Scoutmaster?
death.
I'm
Who
gonna
wants
to focus on teamwork.
Master for
Holy shit! Are you guys good?
That's a fucking demon here, yelling die,
Death, die, die, die.
I wondered if that was what she was shouting.
Death, death.
Even though that wasn't even my fault.
I was starving. I needed energy and I had none and nobody gave me any.
I literally said, hey, if you make it through and you make it, I can give you my
I needed it before then.
That's what I said. I did not
needed it
know.
to make it through.
I didn't know you needed it before.
Death, die, die, death, death, die.
You guys make it. You have to give her the lollipop. She would have rather died than give her the lollipop.
It worked. Oh, you should have just waited until it receded.
Doki, why didn't you wait? Doki, look,
Yeah,
it
why
went
didn't you
down.
wait
You just
until the
waited.
lava went down?
Doki.
Gosh, Doki.
The lollipop, though. She would have rather died than give her the lollipop.
It worked. Oh, you should have just waited until it receded.
Why didn't you wait, Doki? Look, it went down.
Why did it recede?
I'm currently still figuring out how the hair works.
I don't know. Maybe because like someone kept yelling, die, 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 die. That I wasn't paying attention to the lava. That was clearly not.
You should. What do you mean? You're supposed to use your eyes and wait for it to go back down.
Oh yeah. Look, the guy was shouting, die, 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 die.
It worked. It worked. Climb.
Oh, now you're not gonna say die, die, die. Now, yay!
It's called being a team player.
Oh yeah, you're the best team player out there. That's for sure. Literally, you were definitely not rooting for anybody's demise there.
No, I'm rooting for Limu all the way.
I don't know why I'm very hungry for some reason.
I got the sauce. I got the sauce. again, apparently it's
How did
still
this
verse.
spiral out of control this much?
I think you guys enabled the Karens, and then they went too overboard. I think you guys, it's like raising a spoiled child. Like, you know, like when they ask for everything and eventually you have like a picky eater who only eats mac and cheese and nuggies and otherwise they throw a tantrum. I think it's the same. I think many adults are too childish lately. And they just can't regulate their feelings and they don't know how to behave and there's no one to teach it to them. You know? That's your nephew? Yeah, thank you. Congratulations, you spoiled him. He only eats like 3 things. Bro, my options were like I either eat it or I either go to sleep. I didn't get like substitution. Oh, I want nugget. Too fucking bad. You eat your vegetable or you starve. And I was just like, okay, that's it.
Of Pirate Software. Now, you guys saw the first part of that interview last week when I talked about the Twitch terms of services. This person had worked at Twitch for 8 years, as well as working at Blizzard alongside Pirate Software. I figured the information was so different from the beginning of our interview to the end of it that I wanted to separate it between 2 separate parts. And I apologize for this one not coming out sooner, which if you want more info on that entire debacle, check out my last video. But we go into detail from Pirate Software, even on his first day on the job, apparently just browsing Reddit for a man.
Based. I mean, honestly, bro, like he was hired. Why not? You gotta browse something. I sometimes browse 9gag, you know, just for like boobies and memes. It's understandable. I'm not a very much a Redditor. Although I have been checking a little bit of Reddit. You know, you can't just go. Yeah, exactly. Like my man needs a little bit of a break sometimes.
And that says that he didn't get his job through nepotism the second time, which is when this would have taken place. It doesn't really line up.
And like, this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23.
I saw the Kenya video and I cannot unsee it. I'm looking at the blackboard and I'm just waiting for him to whip it out and start sucking on her. Oh. I hate Mid Kenyan. How could he do this to me? You saw it too? Oh, I'm dying. It's so bad. It's like I only saw it once. It wasn't even on full screen, and I cannot look away. I die. I can't. Why did you watch it then? Well, because it was about him, and I saw that he even put it as his Twitter picture, and I was like, I'm nosy, you know.
Years. Then I came back to Blizzard in 2009 and I applied, not having his help in any way. I got the job.
More than that, though, we dive into the roommates' experiences and how they only ended up lasting about a week before putting their foot down and saying that Pirate needed to leave. But with all of that out of the way, just last 2 things. Number 1,
wait, he was there for a week and he got fired? Wait, what? Wait, is that work that Blizzard? Shut up. No, but wait, he got fired within a week?
And saying that Pirate needed to leave. But with all of that out of the way, just last 2 things.
Oh,
Number
was that
1,
the first
shout
time?
out to my parents and my brother and my fiance's parents as they grouped together and got this really cool neon sign, which unfortunately flickers. So I don't know if you guys will see it in another video, but it looks really sick. Special thank you to them. They got it as a surprise.
It looks disturbing, unironically. I don't think I would frame myself to be a lamb. Ooh, I could be a lamb. No, Sku, you don't want to be a lamb.
Because the channel's been doing well recently, so thank you again to all of you if you're watching. And lastly, if you're new here, consider subscribing. It really helps out trying to hit 100K by the end of the year. We're about to hit 80, which is insane. But just that single press of a button helps me a great deal. And if you end up hating me later, it's just another button tap away. Also,
dude, what I want is a neon lamp like this, but out of the Scooch-chan logo. I am so happy I commissioned that guy, and the logo looks so fucking sick. I would put it up onto my wall. You know, the one with the little L in the corner? Oh, I don't know. I don't know any, like, manufacturers who does this.
Also, liking the video helps out, so if you find the information
Easy.
in the video useful,
LC side.
Get other people to see it. But regardless of if you do any of that, thank you for watching. Nice to meet you. If you could just kind of give your name and then just kind of your experience with Twitch and just kind of your experience with Pirate, everything in between that you think would be relevant to what we're going to talk about today.
Hi, my name's Cynthia Hall. I go by Ludiana online. I am a lifelong artisan cosplayer. I worked for 5 years at Blizzard and then 8 years at Twitch. And I happen to
Damn.
work with Pirate Software at Blizzard as his wrangler on Diablo 3.
As his wrangler? What's a wrangler?
Really quick, number one, you share a last name, but number two, wrangler. So what is that?
What's wrangler?
What does that mean to be a wrangler for someone during? So you said it was during Diablo 3 testing?
Yes. Basically, what happened is we share the same last name. That's why I don't mind sharing my last name. When I joined the company, they literally thought that we were related because I have a couple of years on him. So they thought that I was his older sister. And they thought that with me coming in, I could potentially kill him and he would be less of a problem.
Oh no! Oh, poor girl! Oh no! They were like, this is your stupid brat of a brother. Talk to him. Do something. Bro, that's not her job. But even, imagine if it would have been true and they are actually siblings. Bro, I would have kept them apart. Oh, so mean.
If we were working together.
So-
this was a thing that I had to clarify like day one of me moving on to the team.
So this was, the assumption was, oh, okay, they're siblings. She can kind of tune.
Yes. And he'll be
poor
less of a
girl.
problem because we're related and I could go tell daddy.
That's really funny. With him,
Yes.
Imagine that one day she shows up at his house and it's like, talks to the dad. It's like, hey, like, Pirate doesn't work at all. He's just browsing big titty Reddit all day. And the dad is like, who are you? but it's like, oh, I'm your daughter. According to the workplace I have to work at.
so with this,
Dun, dun,
him being a
dun.
problem. Now, was that unique to Pirate, or is that just to speak to every new person coming into the company?
That was speaking to him. And it was not that he was an HR violation problem. Don't get me wrong. He's very charismatic. He is easy to get along with socially. However,
Bro, it's all the furry RP. He had the Riz. He was like, listen, I have role played, I have been top, I have been bottom, I have the charisma, I have maxed it out, I have the experience.
he was very neglectful of actual work. He was hard to rein in. He was hard to get to focus on anything important. Like he wanted to do what he wanted to do. And it wasn't like he was a jerk about it. Like I don't want to misconstrue that at all. I'm sure everybody has seen his streams. Like he pulls off the personality, you know, like he's nice to his coworkers.
You cannot bring up ADHD, right? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know that ADHD is bad, and I know that you guys are like, oh, screw you, already have ADHD, what the fuck? But you cannot blame an illness, or I don't even know, like a mental thingy, and not get your work done. Like, if it affects you so much, then you have to get it diagnosed and treat it, or you have to find another job. Like, people are not going to accept it that you have to browse Reddit or TikTok or Twitter or something just because you have a mental thingy, right? I can blame everything on ADHD. No, I don't think so. I'm tired of it that people like start like a conversation that, oh, I have this and this. I'm bipolar, so if I'm an asshole to you, then da-da-da. It's like, no. Like, you can be an asshole to me, but I will still be angry at you if you have been an asshole to me. I don't care. It was because you hit your feet, or is it because whatever? Huh?
Yeah.
He wanted to do what he wanted to do.
When we're talking about what's important for, let's say, for instance, the Diablo 3 testing, so what was the important stuff that he needed to take care of, and then what was...
Can you imagine that you get hired to Blizzard, and all you have to do is test Diablo, and you still decide to read Reddit instead? Unironically, it sounds like such a fun job, and he was just like, nah. QA is not fun. Okay, compare that to being a retail worker. Like, compare that to being in the back of McDonald's flipping burgers, bro.
Is he doing alternatively?
So I was also the person who wrote all of the test cases.
Cool, I'm sorry for simping, it's just my ADHD.
Unacceptable! So I can blame him on D3 was trash? Yeah, it was actually him just like browsing furry Reddit or something.
On the monsters team with me. So we're talking dealing with all the spawns in the game, all of the boss testing, having to do all the smoke tests whenever there were new builds, that just end to end, make a character run through to Skeleton King kill. Like that's just testing the builds. Whatever the task was for the day, it could just be.
Dude, the more she talks about like this game dev stuff, the hotter she becomes in my eyes. Is it just me? There is something about a hot, competent woman that gets me going.
Spawning different monsters and testing their affixes to see how they perform. That easy. But he would just kind of create a character and idle in the client and read Reddit. That's it.
Dude, I can queue it is too. Just make a character and go AFK. What the fuck? I can do that.
Literally what he did. He sat in front of me and I was assigning the tasks. So not only did I see the work he was not doing, I saw what he was doing instead the entire time.
Okay, so sorry, to clarify.
Yeah.
He was Redditing instead of doing his job, which was essentially he, instead of spawning in and
As
just
an
like
example for how insanely bad is testing games. She said go and kill Skeleton King and now to this 100 times and find if everything works. Keck.
Okay, but hear me out. What about those people who stream and they just play one singular game all the time? Right? Like you know how like Scrapple plays Trackmania over and over, or Ots plays DBD over and over and over and over? Yeah, it's his fucking job. Like, I'm not going to feel bad for him because he have to play a game and he has to do some repetitive task. You know, like, if you can't handle it, then don't do it. Like, it's not like he was forced into it that, oh, son, I was in Blizzard, therefore if you don't join Blizzard, you will be, I don't know, dismissed from the family and I will revoke my name. Like, no one told him to do that.
running Skeleton King, which I know is like literally that first act, or just testing monster spawns. It was just him browsing Reddit.
Basically. Because it was apparently too demanding of his time to
Now,
actually work.
was this immediate? Was this a...
Can you imagine that you go to work and your coworkers and your boss actually wants you to work? It's like, hey, you have to work. I don't know. It's kind of demanding of my time. I don't really feel like it, actually.
gradual onset of more Redditor Thor coming out? Okay.
This was a constant. And it was to the point where in QA, we had a maximum of 2 displays. Like, that was just your kit. You had 2 displays. If you had 3, it was because you had a Mac for testing. That's it. He requested a 3rd display because he claimed he needed it for his bots when he started doing some automation testing. He just wanted it to have the extra space for Reddit, YouTube, mail. He just wanted the extra space.
Okay.
Oh, dude. Oh my god. You know, I know I should be surprised, but I am not. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that Pirate Software is a bad person, but I do think he might be a little bit spoiled. I think he just probably didn't have a really good work ethic, and he was just too spoiled and didn't wanna take orders, and he was just like, yeah.
Totally fair.
I wish I was meaning. I am a huge slack ass, and I completely understand like the ADHD mentality of I just need stuff, and I also vibe code. Like I get it. If you're compiling, if you're running bots, you probably want to do other stuff while something is running and just kind of observe the console. I get it. I know how these things work, but I'm saying like this dude was legit just ignoring the tasks at hand. We would sit like with the window divider between us. I would sit there watching my buddy, and he would watch me. And we would just be sitting there waiting for Jason to actually participate in the team tasks that we had been assigned.
And so why weren't you correcting it?
That's crazy.
Like, if this was the entire way, like, I would get fired if I was doing something like that.
Yeah, so that is the funny thing. I brought this up to my specialist who sat behind me. So it was specialist, me, Thor. He said, well, you could try to escalate it, but no one's going to do anything because I've tried to report it before. So I talked to my manager and I talked to one of the department heads. Like, I talked to...
Bro, he actually had like the immortality buff on him via his dad. That's crazy. He was actually too like it doesn't matter if he got into Blizzard the second time on its own volition. He was like unfireable. That's crazy. Yeah, the Nepal plot armor. Hey JJ.
The manager over the project. And
That's
I was
crazy.
essentially told that no one is going to do anything because of who he is. And this has nothing to do with Joey Ray directly. Like, I want to make this very clear. I'm also friends with Joey Ray. Like, he is a mutual friend of friends. Okay, so like
I can't believe he recorded the entire screen instead of just the window. It's just casually just turning the volume down in the middle of it. Oh my god, dude, you need a better setup. I thought that was it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was the dude in the video. No, it wasn't me. No, he's recording the thing. I'm not in, I can't change the volume on her Discord.
had direct interactions. I know him well enough to say he would absolutely not do anything to help Jason. Like, he is not somebody who spoke to get him rehired. But here's how nepotism actually works, which Jason also doesn't understand. It does not look good on your future at Blizzard if you mess with an executive's son, period. Everybody knows who Jason is. If you write him up, if you fire him.
Ooh, that's like some mafia shit. It's like, oh, like you hurt my son, then you're never getting promoted. You will be staying as a lackey. Oh, that's shit. That's just normal nepotism, bro. That's scary. Like, you're literally having a guy who's unwilling to work. You can't report him. The higher ups are not doing anything, and he's just vibing. He's just like, don't bother me. I just have ADHD. I just really need to read this on Reddit.
For misconduct.
Yeah, this is
or
why
otherwise, people are
I
gonna
don't
know you
end up
did it.
working
They're not gonna
in
know
my brother
that
company
anything was actually
because I
going on.
know
They're just gonna know you were the guy.
I would have
that
some
fired
certain
Joey
and
Ray's
it's
son,
not like
and
I
your career is
will
pretty
have some
much
certain issue.
toast.
I
Because
afraid I
everybody in the
will
games
have a
industry
certain
knows each
issue.
other, too.
My brother is not that kind
So
of person,
who's
but
going to
he was going to
actually
view
do
that way.
anything because
You know?
Jason's doing nothing? Nobody. They're just
And
going to
my
let
elder
him
brother
do what he's
already
going to
kind
do.
of like
And that's
work
exactly
with
what I
my
was told.
second
And
brothers.
that's exactly why Jason was allowed to form his
He is like a
was
problem
actually
child,
just exploits
so
testing. But he was
I don't want
allowed
to
to do
add
whatever
on the
he
addition
wanted to
burden
do
for him, to be
because
honest.
nobody would course correct him.
Okay.
You know, this just sounds so sad because every time Pirate talks about like Blizzard, he sounds like he's so proud of it, what he had done, and like how good of a job he did. And it turns out that he was actually a really fucking bad employee. You know, like all the pride, like what was he so proud of if he was bad?
Now what year was this when he came on for the Diablo 3? Was this the first time he was hired in?
This was when he came back, I believe. This was, I think, 2011.
2011. Okay, so this is the second round of coming in. You said, to the best of your knowledge, it was as soon as he got hired back in, he was acting exactly like that. He was not.
Yeah.
Okay. With that knowledge, I also just kind of want to touch on, so you say that he kind of created that exploitation team, not because there was a requirement for it, but just because he would not be course corrected to do anything else. And the reason I kind of bring this up, I'm not trying to make Thor look bad intentionally, but I'm targeting the way that you had brought this up about him being and creating that exploit team. It wasn't because he was the best to do it, it's because he's the one that wanted to do it.
My understanding is it's what he wanted to do, and he presented himself as the best candidate to do it. And I am not going to pretend to know the inner workings of how it came to be because I was not part of those conversations at all. So I don't know if he actually formed the team or if the QA managers.
He was like, listen, dudes, I really need this testing team because I'm really smart and I'm second generation or Blizzard employee. And I really know a lot of it. And he just logged in and he was just like scrolling. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm actually running a test. I'm waiting for the results. No, you don't understand. You're not in the special team. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that would be it. It's just like, yeah, I'm just running the bot, you know. I'm just waiting for some results. 7 years later.
Formed the team, including him. It's weird calling it a hacks team. It's really not hacking. Like, it is a focused automation testing team. That's really what it was.
Use
like,
bots to
focused on
test the
exploits.
reported bugs and exploits.
Yeah, it was automation testing.
Okay. With that, I think we got a good understanding of what that was. I've kind of touched on that nepotism bit myself too, and was like, well, it's not just, oh, his dad, is like up here. It's like, well, it's not that. It's a very, you don't see it, you feel it. That's it. And the person who's, getting it is not going to notice that. So it's interesting. I'm glad we got a bit more insight on that. You guys knew each other clearly as coworkers. Was there anything like, did you guys spend time playing video games or anything like that?
Oh yeah, geez. A couple things. So video games. There was actually a charity event on campus. It's an Extra Life charity that every year as Team Zerg, unofficially, Blizzard would put together our own team for donations to raise money for Children's Hospital of Orange County. And we would play games on campus for 24 hours straight. Pirate just happened to participate in that.
Bro, American jobs sounded so much fun. Can you imagine you work for a company and then you have like these events and you just have to play like 24-hour a game? It's like, oh, it's for a good cause, it's for charity, and you're just like vibing with your coworker. That's like the ideal dream job. It's like you work on something cool, you play some games. VSU is a baby. No, but like, I don't know. I know that like game development is stressful and there can be a lot of crunch, but I still feel like that it can be really good if you have like a good management on it. I'm pretty sure this is an exception, not the rule. Oh yeah, I mean like, like Blizzard was doing really well. I would not work at Blizzard now, but I would have loved to work at Blizzard like when, like around like Lich King era or like more like Burning Crusade era. I feel like everything was booming around then. And then it sort of all went down.
I was on his team for a league tournament and he screamed at our team for apparently not gearing correctly to counter the other team because
Oh no, it started early. Oh no. Did he vibe the team and did he still have the mana gem? Bruh, it's the mana gem. It's like a decade before the mana gem became a thing. Oh no.
We were just that bad when it's not like we were losing so severely because we all played League regularly. It was not that big of a deal, and we were all sleep deprived. It was very early in the morning after an overnight of playing games, and we're like, seriously, dude, you are raging at everybody, like our entire team. He was just yelling across the floor at everybody.
It's a charity event, correct?
Jesus.
It was a children's charity event, and we're like, wow.
After hearing this, I am not surprised that he was unwilling to take responsibility for like the whole viping of the thing. If he got mad about losing on a charity event that had no stakes and it was just like tee hee ha ha, we will gather some money and we will give it away and it will be for a good cause. Like, you see what I mean?
We all play League, but man, like we usually only experience this stuff in League. Most of us like played League with each other at work, but this was our first time actually playing with him, especially at work, so that was a whole new experience, and the last time literally any of us played any games with him. And ironically, I actually have something here that I wanted to show you. So they give us like these little cards whenever we do cool things at Blizzard, and this was related to the charity event that was like thanking me.
Your commitment to play nice for 24 hours with your coworkers enabled young children with medical issues to have a fairer chance at life. Aw, that's nice.
Playing nice with my coworkers, and I'm like, oh wow, he got one of these too. So yeah, I was kind of floored when I was going through some of my work stuff. Before that had happened, and not too long after he had joined the team, I had a roommate who urgently had to move out. She had a family emergency. She could no longer like stay in the apartment. And I was like, that's cool. I'll find another roommate. Panicking. Pirate joined the team, and he apparently urgently needed to move out of his dad's house for some reason. So
Uh-oh, Daddy. Did his father, like, tell him to move out or something?
Anyway, so I was like, hey, so I barely know you. And of course, I asked some people around, you know, like, so is this guy like a psycho? You know, like, is this.
No, he's worse. He's a furry. No, never, man. I wouldn't risk that for the biscuit. I don't think so.
Something reasonable, you know, is he gonna trash my place if I ask him, like, you know, if he wants to rent this room from me? Because it was a full, like, bedroom plus his own
He's
private
ready
bathroom.
to-
Like, it was basically a split apartment setup. So it was ideal for renting and sharing. Like, it wouldn't have been weird with Nicole coming over or anything. Like,
Bro, after if this would have happened after the league game, after he yelled at me for playing games, I would have not give out anything. It's like, you motherfucker, if you yell at me one more time, I'm going to flip the entire table at you.
it would have been fine. And I knew Nicole as well, and she was perfectly normal human being.
Nicole being, sorry, who?
Nicole, I believe, is the girl he ended up marrying.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to confirm, so the timeline events, that charity thing happened a bit after, so you guys had already been rooming together, and then you did not know him prior to him going to work with you.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Cool.
Like, I barely knew who Joey Ray was at the time. Told Pirate, I'm like, hey, are you really looking to rent a place? Because, you know, I had this room open.
Rookie mistake. That's where she made the mistake. Inviting him in.
So he ended up.
You invite a vampire in. It's a vampire.
Cat, you know.
The pirate is married. I don't think he is married anymore because didn't he like, I don't know if he cheated or he just had like an affair with a furry person. I don't know. Like, it fell apart. Yeah, he's divorced. He's not anymore.
I was like, cat non-destructive, right? You know, like, I have furniture and stuff because, you know, this is full of furniture. And he was like, yeah, totally non-destructive. I'm like, cool, because I love cats. I have no animals. Fine fit. Great. We're on the same team, same overtime schedule. Amazing.
So he ends up being your roommate. It sounds really good. You know, every bare minimum's met, not crazy girlfriend, a cat that he's saying is not destructive. How does that end up pooling out? How long were you guys roommates for?
It took days for him to start screaming at people on Eve overnight.
Eve Online.
Yes.
Okay.
The cat, that's totally non-destructive. Straight up destroyed one of the chairs with an.
Don't worry, I'm a cool guy. Also him starts screaming like a banshee. Oh, the cat doesn't destroy anything. Also, the full house is falling apart.
In the first week, and because it was patent leather, like the polyurethane stuff, he offered to tape it up for me, not replace it, and also tried to make it out like the cat never did anything to the chair, even though it was like raked and like cheese grated up.
The cat scratched the shit out of the chair. There's no
Scratched the shit out of the chair.
Right. You can't do that any other way. Yeah.
Yeah. There was no way around.
Bro, he looked at the chair and he was just like, nope, it wasn't him. And just like straight into your eyes, like you see the scratch mark, you see like how like the 4 or 5 little claws are like pulling down. No, who was it? Can you imagine if like the cat shits outside of the litter box and he's like, no, it wasn't the cat. And then it's just like, then who was it, Thor? Tell us. He did it himself.
Pull out paint.
Oh my god, what if he's like, you know, like those people who sleepwalk, but instead of sleepwalking, he's his furry persona, and he was like scratching it at night. He was asleep and he was scratching it. Yeah.
Around it. Pretty much any time that I came home and went into the kitchen, all the dishes everywhere, like the pans, still food in them on the stove, shit everywhere.
Oh, dude, there was this time that I had flatmates, and I
would go
lived
crazy
with,
for that,
I lived with a dude, and he kept cooking chicken feet for whatever the fuck reason, and he was always leaving it out in the counter. Never, yeah, it was like chicken feet, right? And he left it out and he didn't cover it, and it was like gathering the fucking flies. And I was like, hey dude, like can you just put it, like put a cover on it or put it back into the fridge? And he was like, yeah, but like he never ever put it into the fridge. And every time, so we had like one fridge,
What kind of
right?
hygiene
And
a
we had
person have
different
that?
shelves
It's like,
for different people, and his
what,
shelf
the
was
the fly
always
adds
full
on the
of dead
flavor?
bugs. Because he was unwilling to cover them up, and it was just nasty, and it smelled bad, and it was attracting the fucking bugs. There was this one time I went away for like holiday or some shit for like 2 weeks, and I came back and the full fridge was full of dead bugs. Like, you know, when you open the door and there's like that little thing at the bottom where you can pull out the shell for the vegetables, in front of it, it was just like dark, like full of black animals. And I was like, oh my god. I would have just yelled at him, dude, okay, like, don't cancel me. But when he was away, like, he went out to grab something from a store or something, right? And I stepped into his room because I was like, I must see how this guy's room looked like. I needed to know. But was he cute? No, he wasn't cute. And I stepped in. I have never seen a room like that before. It was, so imagine this. It's one single room. He had like 2 computers running. All of the blinds were off. All of the windows were closed. You open it and like a wisp of like dusts flew up into the air. It was dark, it was smelling bad, and it was full of tissues. Full of used tissues everywhere. And I don't know if it was for his nose or if it was for something else.
It is for something else.
I didn't even dare
Trust
to
me.
step in or touch anything. I just opened it, I looked, and I closed it. And I was like, this can't be happening. I would dread to even turn on the lamp. Was your roommate named Jason? No, it wasn't. But I have never seen anything like that.
Where food,
Oh my
countertops,
god.
everything, everywhere. Like, it was not disgusting.
Did you hear the skittering? Oh god, no. To be fair, it must have been for his nose because he kept like sneezing and just like you know, like that kind of noises. And oh my god, it was nasty. Oh my god, you have no idea. Okay, funny story. We had
This is
2
like,
bathrooms, and
first
the
part is, like, really
bathrooms were
hard to
split
control.
between people, right? And there was this new guy who came to the flat, right? And he was with the other dude, with the chicken feet guy. And 1 week after, he was like, you have to go to the other bathroom. And I was like, I am not going there. I have been living here for like half a year now. Like, I am not fucking moving. And I tried to ask him, like, why the fuck is he trying to make me move? And it took me hours to get him admitted that the other guy is so nasty that he is worried for his own hygiene. He doesn't want to catch something. And I was like, listen, dude, you can share our bathroom, but I am not moving. He was literally saying that he's afraid to touch anything because this guy is so dirty that even the clean stuff are dirty in that bathroom. And I was like, okay, that's fucked up. And that was a giga fucked up.
Disgusting sty, but it was very just a
It was
fucking
disgusting.
mess. Okay. And when you're working overtime, you just want to come home, make a quick meal or whatever, especially on weekends when you're not doing overtime. You don't want to have to clean up after your roommate to function in your own apartment. So it was just like
He should have done the strategy my other flatmate did. Her strategy was that whenever she used dishes that she didn't want to wash because she was lazy, she hid it. She either put it onto the top of the shelf where we couldn't see it, or hid it in the oven. And like, you were trying to cook something and you couldn't because you couldn't find a pan, and she was just hiding it because she didn't want to do the dishes. 10 out of 10 strategy. Yeah. Yeah. I found it in the oven. I was like, oh shit, why is it greasy?
trying to do gentle nudging, like, hey, dude, could you like be a bit better about
And
putting away
that's just how
leftovers
my
and stuff? You know,
older
like trying to
brother
be
does.
diplomatic about
He's
the whole
actually a
thing,
pretty
and
nasty
I'm
person.
like, the fucking combination of things, right? You know, like the not letting me sleep, the cat destruction, the mess of it all.
That was happening within the first week, all of these things that you're listing.
First week.
But I can't
Okay,
complain
how long
myself
did this
because
go
like here's
on
the thing,
for?
like
Well, this made me more suspicious
I'm a very
about what
forgetful
else was
person.
going on. And I'm not
I
a
usually
privacy
do things
invader, but he had
immediately when I
left
does things.
the
So like
door
if I
open
finish
to
cooking, I'll
It's okay,
immediately
girl.
like
We all
do the
been
cleaning.
here, okay? Like,
If
I think there's a rule that if
again, if I do the cooking, I'll immediately do the
if your
dishes.
flatmate is tormenting
If
you and you're
I
nasty as
finish
fuck, you have the
eating,
right to
I
put it
will
in the room.
immediately
Not to touch things.
gosh dang it. If I like you know, again like if I finish eating, I'll immediately clean up my shit. But that's the thing, if I kind of like just left there a bit, just for a split seconds, I'm doing something else, I immediately forgot about it. So I can't really say like you know, I'm better than him. It's more like, you know, but he's still like in a way like, ooh, nasty. He should at least toss the crap that he finished. Like imagine you eat, you have like leftover rice in there, like a bits and piece. He basically have a chunk of rice in there, and then fish bones, all those kind of like scrap stuff like in there. He just toss it into the basin, sink. Not basin, different people, different language. So he just tossed it into the sink. Like, at least have the courtesy to toss the shit out into the trash. Gosh dang it. Like, he made the sink so nasty, I don't even want to touch it. My entirety of my family is the advocate of, you dubbed it, you smelt it. You know? I'm not sure I'm used the right acronym or not. It's basically like you're responsible of your own mess. Just have to clean up your own mess if you have to. If you can't, this and that stuff. Like you know what I'm talking about. Just generally those kind of stuff. And he does not follow that philosophy at all. He basically just make a mess, wait for other people to clean for him, like a gosh dang maid. Obviously, I sometimes have that kind of situations happen to me. More like, you know, like someone already on dish duty. I always dust my my thing. I wash myself and everything. They'll be like, nope, just put it in there. Just put it in the sink. I went, no, I want to wash it myself. And nope, I'm doing the thing. You just toss into it. Gosh dang it. Oh, also being like forgetful stuff. Sometimes I do forget to flush. This is one of my most like biggest con living with me. It's not because I forgot to flush. It's just that every single time I would like go backtrack back, I go to the toilet and then realize that, oh shit, I forgot to flush and go into it. Because I'm using shared toilet with my brothers, every single time, for some reason, every single time I finish using the toilet, I remember, oh, I forgot to flush. I want to go back. He already is using the toilet immediately. I was like, awkward. And people might think about, then why don't you just flush before you like do any other things? And then I'll be like, yeah, I'm Asian. We use bidet, so yeah. I know it's not valid reasons, but still, like, yeah, using a bidet is very busy. There's a lot of things happening there. Okay, and then I have a habit too. Is like after everything, I just decided to use my, razor, do some shaving, this and that other stuff. So I keep forgetting, like after all the shaving and stuff, I keep forgetting to go back to it and flush the shit out of it. I know. Everyone have their own like issues. This is like my personal issues that I really need to rectify, to be honest. Man, my entire body is like breaking down.
But like, you have the right to check it out whether you actually want to live with a person like that. She is you, bro. She had the same fate I did. This poor girl.
His bathroom, and I just looked inside because it was in the hallway. It was like a hallway to go through to the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't watch too much about this kind of stuff.
Welcome back to a series so god tier. Even Kratos subscribed. In today's video, Hassan's favorite anime character, Luffy from One Piece, is trying to sue Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan has responded. YouTuber and lawyer Legal Mindset has given his legal analysis on the lawsuit. Local Hassan Orbiter Denims has been exposed as a massive creep. Hassan is back with his new favorite orbiter, Noah Samson, and is crying about Ethan Klein. Subscribe for your daily dose of internet drama. Bring it home, Jellywig. Let's up those numbers! But anyways, moving on to Hassan's best friend here, wanting to sue Ethan Klein for defamation. Timothy Chalamet says he wants to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. And here we got this lovely fellow here saying, why did Ethan Klein say that I'm a terrorist even though I am not? I am a Yemeni citizen. By the way, weapons in Yemen are just like phones, of course. Anyone can own them. I want to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. And he's pointed to, I guess this is like the content nuke video. So guys, you're telling me the guy who said he partied with the captains of the ship, the literal hostages. Reminder, this is the ship that was hijacked by the Houthis, the US designated terrorist org. This guy who tweets about bombing ships and impaling people. I just feel like that's not something civilians do. This guy's also explicitly called himself a soldier, while saying son of a Jew. I feel like you can't get mad that people are calling you a terrorist when you literally brand yourself as a terrorist online. People responded, why did he feel the need to mention the thing about weapons? It's just my phone, actually. It's like, I have an AK-47 in my pocket. It's just normal. Is he also suing Hassan for describing him as a Houthi rebel before interviewing him?
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that?
Yeah, real journalism right there. So Hassan himself called him a Houthi rebel. Now, what is a Houthi again? The U.S. designated terrorist org. So that would qualify as Hassan also calling him a terrorist there. So I'm just confused why Hassan isn't getting sued as well, considering he is defaming you here, of course. Honestly, I can't believe this video is still up. Like, this did not get him banned. This has still not been taken down. He is unashamedly just platforming this guy. And here, this guy is admitting a bunch of shit that completely incriminates him. You're labeled a terrorist because you, checks notes, works with the terrorist organization. Pretty simple. You know what would be funny? If he files a lawsuit, has to fly to America for court, and then gets arrested and charged for terrorism. That would be so meme-worthy. Honestly, that's actually what's going to happen if he tries to sue Ethan Klein. He won't even make it past the border. Bro admitted to being a Houthi and now wants to backtrack. I want to file a lawsuit against Ethan Klein. It's like that episode from The Office with Michael Scott declaring bankruptcy by just yelling bankruptcy out loud. Like, you can sue him, that's fine, but like, go file the paperwork. Nobody cares if you just say it. I mean, hilarious things are happening. I'd say go for it, man. Well, he can't file a lawsuit in his native Yemen because they will shoot him because it related to a terrorist org. Can't sue in the United States because he gets front row ticket to the coziest resort in Guantanamo Bay. Hassan Piker made this terrorist famous, and now the terrorist has social media followers in the US. This is what Hassan Piker contributes to our country. Somebody just posted this tweet of him impaling what appears to be a Jew. You know, execution will carry out on all Zionists. Yeah, classic non-terrorist tweet here. Yeah, dude, really normal tweets here. Tel Aviv will burn. Okay, dude. Yes, the ships we bombed and sank. Yes, civilians do this, obviously. To every Zionist, I would put this into your stomach, and it's an AK-47. Yes. Yes, a very normal civilian, guys. Why would anybody think this guy's a terrorist? I can't believe you said this. Defamation, guys. So Ethan responded to the lawsuit threat. Treat me like one of your Filipino sailors' daddy. Literally has a selfie with the hostages saying that he was a Houthi with Hassan. No way, there's a KFC in Yemen, guy. I can't believe this.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
As a Filipino with a family member who's a sailor on merchant vessels that had multiple passes through Yemen, may they get the airstrike they all deserve. Damn radio sounds periods for maneuvers feel like hell for waiting families. Anyways, Legal Mindset responded, giving his legal analysis of this lawsuit threat. Let's just check out if this case actually has any merit. So first he talks about who this guy actually is.
Infamous hot Houthi pirate dubbed Timothy Chalamet is thinking about suing Ethan Klein. That's right, suing him for calling him a terrorist. This guy goes online by the name Rashid Al-Haddad, aka Timothy Chalamet, for his resemblance, obviously, to Timothy Chalamet from the movie Dune. And he became famous for really getting circulated in social media as the quote-unquote hot Houthi pirate, and for being brought on stream with one Hassan Piker, which had almost no ramifications at all from Twitch.
Dude, I still can't believe Hassan got no ban for platforming and actually supporting this freak. Also, how crazy of a fan base do you have to have for people in your fan base to simp over an apparent Houthi pirate? Like, I know there was that trend on social media of like simping over, you know, really degenerate freaks like murderers and stuff, but man, I guess they're just keeping it up here. By the way, speaking of bans, it's been 2 days and Mike from PA has not actually been unbanned, so his viewers were actually wrong about this. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Now, obviously, the question remains, is it gonna last more than a week, right? Because, in my opinion, should be a permaban, but we'll see. You know, so far, so good. Then he talks about the possible case he could have against Ethan.
So the first thing you're gonna look at is what would be suing for? Well, defamation. And a lot of people on the internet do call other people a terrorist. Now, that is not a word in and of itself per se, that is automatically defamatory. It's not one of those words where it would necessarily yet 100% say this is going to go into the camp of defamation. There are certain words that you can say or call people that are more defamatory than others. And there's certain words you can call people that are really not defamatory. If you call people, you know, certain derogatory terms that are just vulgar and they're purely vulgar, but not criminal, they tend to not be defamatory. However, if you're calling someone a criminal and a terrorist is typically a criminal, that is something that leans on the side of defamatory. So that's what I look at with the analysis of, is a statement defamatory or not? Is it implicating someone as a criminal? When it does, it tends to be more defamatory than not. So that's where that statement generally lands. And there's a lot of people on the internet that are called this day to day.
Okay, yeah, so obviously calling someone a terrorist without any basis would be pretty bad. Unless, of course, they make their entire online presence, appearing to be a terrorist. Obviously bragging about bombing ships is not something a regular person does. Somehow this guy has access to hostages captured by a terrorist group, right? So that would cause a reasonable person to think, okay, maybe this guy's a little bit sus. If this was a game of Among Us, I would vote this guy out. He be acting sus. Also, if this was his main concern, actually being called a terrorist, he should probably go after Hassan as well, because he called him a Houthi pirate, Houthi being a terrorist group. So he obviously doesn't care about that, and I don't know, he just really doesn't like Ethan Klein. In the past, he's tweeted that he wants to end Ethan Klein, like I'm the only one who can stop him forever. So yeah, just not a very mentally sound guy, it seems. You know what? Make it a double whammy. Hassan should join his lawsuit, but they both should attempt to joint sue Ethan Klein. I want to see how that ends up. So this next part, he talks about if there's actual malice in Ethan's accusations.
Why is this difficult? Well, the standard under New York Times versus Sullivan is malicious, because this guy is undoubtedly a public figure. He puts himself out there on social media. He's very active on social media. He went on a top streamers, stream. So there would need to be malice. So what he says would need to be maliciously untrue. The fact of the matter is, based on photos like these photos, where we see Tim Houthi here posing, or Mr. Rashid, posting with the stolen ship. This is a hijacked ship, a confirmed hijacked ship. He actually goes closer to the ship in another video, but you can see it here. He's also posing in what looks like military attire with an AK over here. So looking at this, it gives you a reasonable belief. Looking at this, a reasonable person, a regular person, a normie, a total normie who knows nothing about this, says, wow, this guy could be a terrorist. Is it malicious to say this guy could be a terrorist? It's possible he could be a terrorist. I think a reasonable person could say that. However, it is possible that he is not legally defined as a terrorist, i.e. he is not personally a member of a group that is deemed a terrorist.
I mean, I think it would be pretty stupid for him to openly admit he's a terrorist. That's not a very good strategy, obviously. But yeah, I guess he's lucky. Nobody has the time to fly there and go fact check if he's actually what he claims to be. I'm just saying the circumstances are interesting. His admissions are very incriminating. And there's kind of a saying for these type of situations: if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it probably is a duck. And even if hypothetically he doesn't word for word fall for the legal definition of terrorist, then he should stop advertising himself as such online. If you advertise yourself one way and people think you are that thing, it is not defamation to call you that. You can't be like, hey guys, I am a soldier. Here's my AK-47. Here's the people I captured. Here's the ships I bombed. Here's the people I want impaled. How can you call me a terrorist, guys? I am so offended. How could anybody do this to me? It is absolute defamation. I mean, this is a ridiculous case. It's never gonna win. And Legal Mindset agrees. Here he talks about how this guy would definitely lose a case against Ethan.
Right. He's probably trying to make that argument. He's probably going to say, I'm Yemeni and Klein is criticizing me for Yemeni. Okay, maybe that might even be a fair argument. I'll even entertain that fact, right? Give him a benefit of the doubt for a second. But guess what? He would still lose at a case in the United States because the legal standard is higher. So with the U.S. Legal standard here, the likely result would be a case to be dismissed, right? So the U.S. claim would likely be dismissed either at motion to dismiss or at summary judgment. He would likely, if he brought the case and even had the money to bring the case, they would outright dismiss it, or it would get to summary judgment. They'd say, look, you don't meet the bar you don't meet the level of malice. You really can't prove that Ethan Klein is being malicious, and he's lying completely about this.
Yeah, that's because Ethan Klein isn't being malicious. He's literally making observations and coming to reasonable conclusions. If I see that some 55-year-old dude is attracted to and pursues like a 15-year-old, I'm gonna be like, well, you're kind of like a PDF file, right? And then they're gonna be like, oh well, actually the definition, it's for a 13-year-old, so technically, not really, guys. I'm gonna be like, well, that's a bunch of bullshit, right? You can argue semantics, but hey, you're quacking like a duck. And honestly, I'm not even against this. I want to see this. I want to see this guy go to the US, try to sue him, and attempt to even dodge getting arrested by border security, because I have a feeling somebody with this sort of social media presence who is so open about what he seems to do, I feel like you're gonna get stopped by the Department of Homeland Security. Now keep in mind, Hassan Piker, the Twitch streamer, literally got stopped at the airport simply for mentioning Hamas and the Houthis. So what do you think they're gonna do to this guy? I mean, I hope he's actually dumb enough to try this. Imagine he just flies over, instantly goes to jail. I feel like this guy's obviously all talk. He's just trying to act tough with the lawsuits because he saw that Ethan is actually suing a bunch of people. I don't know who is actually communicating all this information to him, because he doesn't seem to be able to understand the online discourse properly. I don't know if Hassan's having regular phone calls with this guy or something. We probably need to investigate that shit or something. But I imagine he just saw Ethan suing a bunch of people. He's like, well, actually, I need to do this too. So after this legal mindset talks about his grift and the way he like markets himself,
you'd have to put more proof out there that you are definitively not a member of a terrorist group, because at this point, what it seems like is he is grifting off his grift. The quote unquote hot Houthi pirate is grifting off being a sexy terrorist and trying to make terrorism sexy. And if that is what he is marketing himself as, then people would not be mistaken to take himself as a terrorist. So if he's marketing himself as a terrorist, as the kind of bad boy terrorist, the hot bad boy terrorist, the rebel who's fighting back, well, if people interpret you as you market yourself, that's not malicious.
Dude, only Hassan Piker's fandom can actually be this dumb. Imagine simping over a Houthi pirate. Dude.
As ancient traditions, anyone who pressed that button. Fuck you, Zach.
To have crushes on these sort of people. Like with Hassan Piker's influence, we might legitimately be evolving backwards. And it is absolutely not defamation to literally interpret what you're putting out there as it's meant to be. Any reasonable person seeing what you post online would believe you to be a terrorist based on your, social media profile. And because of that, you have
because you're too lazy to press high.
Now keep in mind, that was all for the
not,
US,
not press high,
is,
type the
not
word
even
high.
applicable considering
You
this
press the
guy's
lazy
getting
button.
arrested immediately upon going there, right? So what about the case in Yemen? Well, here's how that's going to go down.
Now, the one thing that could happen, and this is going over to Yemen, is he could get an unenforceable Yemeni judgment or a local tribal court ruling. So in Yemen, there's, as in many countries, it's very, very common, right? There's often customary law, what's called customary law of dispute resolution, meaning the centralized legal system is weak, and that exists in many countries all over the world. Therefore, the customs that are applicable, the local customs, the local ways of life, they can be types of rulings. But getting some local tribal ruling in Yemen is not going to be enforceable in a U.S. court. They're going to laugh at that and toss it out. It's just not going to work. So as much as he might have that piece of paper at some point from some Yemeni, local tribal yokel, that's not going to work in the United States or any big boy country with real legal systems. So that said, likely a social media stunt for attention due to lawsuits trending. Right now, lawsuits are hot. The Klein lawsuit is big, and he wants to clout jack off of that, get back in the algorithm, get trending again, and get attention for his particular causes. And this is absolutely a nonsense lawsuit that would go absolutely nowhere.
Well, there you have it. Nonsense lawsuit, cooked by the lawyer, legally cooked. And this was obviously a pathetic stunt to raise attention for, I don't know, the Houthi cause or something? Obviously, I wanted to show a lot of more information here, but I don't think that's appropriate for YouTube here. So feel free to check it out yourself, doing some investigation on this guy if you so choose. But yeah, ridiculous case, empty threat. You're gonna have to go back to One Piece, buddy. Take your buddy Hassan, jump back into fantasy land. Good old Houthi Piker is devastated at this information. Moving on to Denim's defending Lolly. Basically, Ethan has called her out for this insane take involving infamous creep Chris Tyson. Basically, some quick context if you missed the Mr. Beast saga. Basically, Mr. Beast's best friend Chris got exposed for being this massive creep, right? They were supporting and buying art from this person named Shadman, and this was like this degenerate freak who drew real life kids, minors, in like prawn positions in their art or whatever, and they even drew it of Keemstar's daughter, like actual real life daughter. Now, Chris actually bought some art from this person of a kid looking art thing, and they had like a gun in their mouth, very degenerate picture, and it was like sexualized as well, and they hung it on their wall, right? For some reason, Denims is defending Chris Tyson here.
The art that Ava had, the poster.
Oops.
The poster, as far as I see, doesn't look like it is or is not a fucking child. It's like edgy art.
Oh, hey, look.
And that's it.
Now, just to address what she's saying, it looks like a child.
Yeah, no,
and they're like thirsting. They're looking sexual. It's genuinely repulsive.
Yeah, no, it's
like
bad.
I retch when I look at it and when I think about it. And I'm not gonna show you guys because it's horrific.
Right, so if you watched the Mr. Beast Chris Tyson drama when it happened and you actually saw the image, it 100% does look like a child in a freaky position or whatever. Absolute degenerate shit. I can't believe Denims is actually defending this. It is super sus, defending straight up like PDF file behavior here. And I don't know, man. Is it a coincidence? Is it like a new law of the universe that every single Hassan orbiter has to be like this massive freaking weirdo creep? Apparently, Denims used to do this type of art before as well. Massive creep signals from Denims here as well.
The artist does do actual lolly as well. So it's like, if you're like a big enough fan to have bought the art and be hanging it on your wall,
yeah,
I think it's probably safe to assume you're into their other work, so to speak.
And then Denims goes, "I shall defend you. I will go against the grain to defend this pedophile."
The person who made it apparently went on to make child art.
Well, that's not good.
Edgy.
That's not a good thing, is it?
Which is insane, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But why are you saying...
Well, we'll see how insane she thinks it is. We have got a lot more into here. Mrs. Lolly Denims.
Ava bought a child poster when the poster she bought wasn't.
Because it was. Because it was, and you're defending a file, the artist. Really creepy business here, Denims. Very creepy business.
Dude, can somebody explain to me, why does Denims feel the need to die on this hill? Like, why are you so adamant in this defense, right? And I think I know why, right? First off, yes, it wasn't actually a real kid that Chris Tyson hung on the wall. It was, LOL art or whatever. And even that was like of the most degenerate kind, right? But yes, this person did go on to draw actual kids. So it was very clear where their mind was at. And even that art isn't something like, oh yeah, like a regular person owns that shit. That is degenerate freak shit, all right? Now, there was actually a bunch more going on with the whole Chris Tyson situation, which is why we knew they were a creep. Basically, I'm not gonna rehash the whole thing. There were a bunch of leaked Discord messages that were extremely creepy too. But yeah, everybody basically agreed that what Chris Tyson did was extremely messed up, and Shadman even more, right? And the thing is, Denims actually knows this. I mean, she's watching like what appears to be like a Moist Critical video or something explaining the whole situation, and somehow she's like the #1 defender here. Now, there's actually a couple possibilities here as to why she's actually defending it. #1 is that she thinks Critical is some right-wing grifter or something, so she automatically wants to take the antagonistic position and disagree with everything he's saying. A lot of these Hassan orbiters like do that shit, so maybe she's not actually thinking. But the second option, and the more likely one, is that apparently she used to be a LOL artist as well. And after this, Ethan actually goes over a ton of the art she actually drew, and it had super cringe captions like, involving kids and stuff. And she made it clear that this art, which looks like kids, and then she put the caption like, oh yeah, this is definitely kids, right? And it was in very creepy, weird positions. They're like kissing each other, a bunch of shit. Very icky stuff. Now, for the sake of you guys, I'm not going to show it. I feel icky even talking about it, honestly. But yeah, it was really bad. You can check out Ethan's video if you want to, see the details of what she was actually drawing in the past or whatever. But yeah, really messed up shit. All right, moving on to Noah Samson and his son just, licking each other's balls. Now, I wanted to go over this clip. Somebody from the Ace3 subreddit made a 5-minute compilation of all the lies and BS Hassan and co said about Ethan Klein today. So first they talk about Ethan's clothing brand.
Where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes?
That one. Yeah, no, I want that.
The Teddy Fresh rug.
I need to get that.
You want one?
Yeah.
Done.
Definitely. Oh, I want that one too. What about the top? Okay, I want that. Okay, I want the socks, and I want the swim shorts, and I want the Flames camp shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the green ones? What is that? The answer is like almost always
Well, what
yes.
about this?
Yeah, I want
It
those.
does like that.
I want those.
Absolute shocker, guys. He's actually bullshitting and flip-flopping on everything. Nobody could have ever seen this coming. So basically, this is Hassan's logic, right? Ethan was my co-host and my friend, therefore I love his merch, I love everything about him. Oh, he's just the sweetest guy in the world. How can anybody hate Ethan at all? The second he's my enemy, well, what a disgusting adult baby merch. Oh, his wife is probably a terrorist as well, which I was completely okay with when I was, co-hosting a podcast with him. But now she's a fucking terrorist. She doesn't even love him. Oh, all of his employees hate him. This is such a toxic work environment. His clothes suck. Everything about him sucks. Like, what a complete fake fraud, dude. Holy shit. This is what you call like an actual pathetic man with no real opinions of his own, and he just basically grifts to the side which he needs to support his politics, right? Right, so this next part, they make fun of the skulls being sent to Ethan's house again, right? Just once again saying that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism. It doesn't even exist, guys. It just, Ethan is crashing out over nothing.
At a time, in this troublesome time.
That's murder, bro.
In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even that he has it. It's like she helped. Because she said this thing, she's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know. It's like a guy that's
Not
backed
look
into
at
a
all this
corner.
thing too much. Too much drama in the internet.
Immediately your mind jumps to, oh man, well, the Twitch viewbot changes are working because people complain about less viewers. Well, this post over on Twitter from Neko Unix. I don't know how legitimate this is. I actually don't know if this is legitimate data, but if it is very, very concerning. He says, this is what I found out having friends who work for other tech companies and Twitch themselves. I wish I was joking, but let this be a warning to all I can tell. It says Twitch viewbot system update. Make this bigger. You see that? Just a heads up for everyone, Twitch has rolled out a new viewbot detection system and it's not working well, according to this guy. Key points. Lurkers are being flagged as bots. That's terrible. That's terrible news. That's not good news. If viewers don't interact, no messages or redemptions, they may not be counted in your view count. Huh. After reviewing last night's stream data, several legitimate lurkers were not counted at all. Also looking at the detection code, many issues stand out. Best workaround, ask lurkers to send at least one message or use a channel point redeem to ensure that they are counted. Gives new meaning to the check-in channel point redeem. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Gift sub system changes, leaked info. It says the current Twitch sub distribution code seems to be designed to prioritize gifting subs to bots and non-community viewers first. This is based on a calculated viewer to bot ratio meant to avoid detection. The goal appears to be incentivizing more gifting by making it harder for your actual community to receive subs naturally. If that's true, that's just evil. That smells like speculation, though. I mean, unless they have hard evidence. He said he talked to Twitch employees. I don't know if this is true or not. AI misclassifications. Twitch's AI now assumes viewers with no input, chat clicks, or redemptions are bots. Bots are faking interaction, heat maps, clicks on stream elements to appear legitimate. Real lurkers get flagged, bots get through. That's the sentence that troubles me the most. That this new system that Twitch has implemented, that real people who are there just lurking, and I ask my community members all the time, you guys know, hey, lurkers are awesome. If you could just keep a tab open for me, keep the audio going or whatever, you just want to listen, that would be great. These people being flagged as view bots, but the bots are actually faking interaction by clicking, doing heat map stuff, and they're actually counting as legitimate viewers. So it's having the opposite effect if this is true. What to expect? Many streamers are already seeing a 50 to 60% drop in view counts. Don't be discouraged. It's the system, it's not your content or community. I haven't seen this. I only streamed one day since Twitch came out with this change, and my views look the same. They looked almost exactly the same, down to the average concurrence. Everything looked exactly the same. So far, it looks okay for me. But if this is true, man, this is probably going to be the worst thing that Twitch could have ever done in terms of like changes that were meant to be positive, but ended up being extremely negative. That ended up being a detriment to, dare I say it, smaller streamers. Because I think the lurker, the lurker
Here's the
community
thing.
is
They
prevalent
never
among
like
streamers.
small streamer, okay? They
Oh, I know,
fucking
'cause
hate
I say
smaller
90% of
streamer.
my
I'm not even
viewers are-
kidding. They want you not to stream in Twitch anymore because you're wasting their server power. You're wasting their server space just from streaming to 0 people. I said this a long ass time ago, a few years ago, even now I will still say this thing. Twitch fucking hates small streamers. You're wasting their resources and they don't like you. That's just a simple fact and truth. And very scary one too, to be honest.
are lurkers. And I'm okay with that. I'm content with that.
And do you know why they need to hastily launch this thing out? It's because Jason Thor, Pirate Software. He artificially inflated his stuff. Now people know it, investors know it, everyone who do ad stuff, pay ad stuff for Amazon know it. Now they want to pull out, and then they'll be like, oh shit, if this thing becomes a lawsuit, I have lots of fraudulent view and stuff, because they do a lot of fraudulent view and stuff. They themselves do it. I highly believe they themselves do it. Okay? So, it's not some things that you'll be surprised about. It's more like you'll be like, ooh.
So if this is true and Twitch doesn't do anything about it,
Twitch is dying. You do have to look at it. They are literally doing a very fast paced, technically is doing a very slow paced company downfall for this past 10 years. Yes, 10 years. Scammers tries to date VTuber artists. I feel like I want to see this.
Hello there, welcome back to the channel where we talk about stuff happening in the VTuber world, and today we talk about this VTuber right here, Ghost Stars, the Yuki Onna VTuber who has been accused of using the VTubing scene as a dating site, attempting to ask people out, They have also been accused of being a scammer and disrespecting artists. The person accusing Ghost Stars of these things is another VTuber, goes by the name of Vacuo, and this is the one accusing Ghost Stars of scamming artists and attempting to date other VTubers and artists alike. I think it's pretty impressive that you can be a VTuber that hasn't debuted yet and already you have so much controversy following you around. I think it's impressive. By the way, this is Vacuo, and this is the girl I showed you earlier, this dark blue VTuber right here, and this is the person accusing someone and not the person who is the accused, okay? So we start with Vacuo saying, "Hi everyone, awareness post because I hate creeps. I've had multiple of my VTuber mutuals warn me of Ghost Stars for attempting to ask them out, and upon further investigation, they cross boundaries, disrespect artists, and is a scammer." The quoted tweet includes their messages, and you can see this is basically a screenshot of Ghost Stars' Twitter account. You can see right here as well. You can see they're taking a hiatus because, well, they found out about the drama about themselves.
And also, here's the thing. I have a personal special collab channel where I have a lot of, you can say medium size or big size or like small size people in there. And if I'm actually invite them in, they decided to use my channel as a connection point to kind of like creep their way into like some bigger VTubers or like some other people just to take advantage of them. If I ever hear a single word what they did, I would immediately kick them out and then immediately blacklist them out of my entire life. If that ever happened, I have a good judge of eye, but I can't jinx myself that much because, yeah, the bigger you are, the more people you invite, and then the more people you invite, the kind of like, you know, things just like slip through the crack. Those kind of things, you know? But I usually have like a very good kind of like, not really say judgment, it's more like a certain level of, you know. Ooh, I loved it. Really loved it. Just going to post this thing, alright. Yeah, I really wish that. More! To be honest, I'm kind of surprised that no people actually wants my artwork. Lonely, I'm so lonely. Nobody believed that I am good. Ooh. Imagine Gomi also jumped into a fray. But yeah, I'm really tired right now. My neck is tired, my body is tired, my eyes is tired, my body's starting unable to control properly right now. Like just kind of like forearm limb syndrome is kind of happening to me. It's basically this thing like I have a medical conditions that my balance is off, so I have to be very cognitively like aware of my movement to be able to move properly. Basically, I move manually. Imagine if you decided to stand up and walk 2 steps, you would just stand up and walk 2 steps. You don't really have to like put a lot of mind into that movement, but I have to. It's just basically me in a nutshell. That is like my core issue for my entire life. And then as I'm getting older, this kind of issue is starting to become much more difficult, you know? Because, well, the fact I'm getting older, controlling my body is much more harder and harder. And yeah, that become like a much more building up issues, it seems. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 Why the most psychopathic persons is actually the most charming persons? I don't know why. Is it the ability to dismiss your humanities kind of like makes you a lot more attractive or something like that? Because I suddenly remember like they talk about like a lot of people with like ego issues. People really like people with big ego for some reasons. I'm not even kidding about it. I do have a big ego, but I was getting like punched down by my own family, so like my ego technically was kept in check, and I also punched down myself too. So I decided this is like something I decided to do because I don't want to turn into a psychopath or something like that. Technically, I won't become one, but you kind of like you have the inkling of feelings, you know, that if you let go of something, you might turn into one. You know, like those kind of people who have like one bad day, one more bad day that push them out of the edge. I got a feeling I'm that kind of person. But it's not like one bad day I put myself out of the edge. It's like one bad day I would think like doing bad thing is not bad. Because so far I'm a man with principle, with moral, but yeah, if like I realize this one thing, the moment my money run dry, I will like slowly change into someone else. And that person's I don't really like, to be honest. Because here's the thing, I know I'm inherently evil. It's just that I am like having a good upbringing from my family and stuff. So like that evilness has been tamed. So if you didn't see anyone try to create a world dominations like campaign, usually you have to thank my parents for a good upbringing of a kid that might have ambitions of being a super evil scientist just to conquer the world because of it. Dun 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 dun. Anybody here and tell me something that want to say hi to me? Hello, everybody, come here. Clap your hands and say hey, hey. I understand that everything here is fine because I am here telling you guys. Come on, everything is going to be fine. Look at that lava pit. You're just gonna be fine. You definitely are fine. All you need to do is having a thumbs up and jumping into it, and you have music play. Kind of remind me of Monster Hunter World. Do you know actually Monster Hunter Wild don't really have a lot of like content? A lot of people keep saying like, yeah, Monster Hunter World doesn't have a lot of content too. But Monster Hunter World actually like around this time they already have the Call of Tarov. And lots of like amazing kind of like collab games in there. Collab missions. And now like Monster Hunter Wild is just like empty. I feel sad. And also the game is not really optimized as like another big issues to address too. But yeah, like a lots of things is kind of like happening in there. It's like I'll be like yeah, the game is kind of good, but also at the same time it's kind of bad. It's really hard to kind of explain. Like basically there's like there's not a lot of content, really. There's zero content in there. At least like you still can somewhat play something, like do quite a lot of like variety of things. Most of the while your only variety of things is ride streakers, automatically run to a mob, kill the mob, done. Yes, you can do a lot of other stuff, but all those other stuff has been overshadowed by automatic running streakers. Maybe adding streaker into it is not a very good idea. You know? I would rather they kind of like spend a lot more times, like, you know, like those kind of Dragon Dogma, you can just like explore the areas and then like have to like sleep, you have to eat, like have a much more like livelier style. Having like a Uber taxi, like hyper Uber taxi there is like helping you find the monster is like really you cut off like a lot of things. Like you might think like, oh, Monster Hunter Rise does that too. Yeah, lots of people complain about that too. And even like Monster Hunter Rise, here's the thing. They have a lot of stuff to do, actually. Low-key, they have a lot of things to do. Things are harder to farm, and then you need to fight more, and there's like the siege, this and that. Like that is actually why it's not a lot of people would play a lot of mechanic. They legitly have a lot of things people like individually will come to like it, and then like have a lot of fun from it. Monster Hunter Wild, it's just the wild itself. There's no siege, there's no this, there's no that, there's the arena, pseudo arena, and then there's like actual arena, just that. Like they don't even have a single siege kind of like monster to fight. They just toss in Gormagala out of nowhere, but there's nothing like advanced through it. It's supposed to be like the virus keep advancing, but they kind of like pull out the story from their ass and immediately shut down Gormagala. So the thing is not like really spread out. They are not doing something like Helldiver, you know, like if you didn't quench like enough like people like quench the frenzy virus, like it will start spreading and then Gormagala would starting to turn into Shagalumagala because of that. There's nothing like that happening. I feel like they want to do that, but there's just so many performance issue in the game itself. They can't do it because they spend most of their time trying to fix the game. That's the main point, I feel like. Hold on. Need to be a little bit focused on this one. Yeah, not good. Yeah, making hair is always like one of the hardest thing to do, especially if it has like having lots of like physics going around and stuff.
And you can see they are also pre-debuts, and already they have controversy following them around. Very impressive. Okay, let's take a look at the controversy. You can see those stars are saying, "What's up? You want to add each other on DC and game together sometime? I am a Kuketsuki Yuki Onna VTuber." Starts off very, very innocent. Take a look at this tweet right here. This is someone else, Kirika. And basically what's happening is that the VTuber Ukiyo has compiled a bunch of tweets where a bunch of other VTubers are accusing Ghost Stars of being inappropriate and stuff. Okay, let's take a look. So what does Kirika say about Ghost Stars? "Please don't use the VTubing space as a dating site. I was finally open to making more friends, but this is just weird." Okay, so before we talk about scheduling, can you let me know how old you are, where you're from, and pronouns? And are you also single? Kirika would respond saying, "I'm married, he's another streamer." And apparently Ghost Stars also messaged someone else called Tamarama, who has responded saying, "Please don't pretend you want to be friends with me if you're just gonna unadd me and unfollow me everywhere after I tell you I'm a guy." Someone is asking, "Okay, so before we can talk about gaming plans, can you tell me how old you are, where you're from, and on pronouns?" Tamarama would say, 28, he, him, you? And then he gets ghosted by Ghost Stars, and Tamarama is saying, hello, where are you?" And now we have like Kirika's response to the situation because she's sharing this controversy. And she's saying, "To confirm some questions for those asking, the person in my DMs was the same person who messaged Panorama. After Tan told him that they were a male and they were banned, while I replied a female and was asked if I was single. Beware of people who talk like this and want to be friends." Kirika continues saying, "I have received multiple comments and DMs about this person. Turns out they've been harassing female presenting VTubers for years. Therefore, I have attached their current account, named below. I would rather keep people safe than let this weirdo keep roaming." And below, she has added the @GoStars Twitter handle. And then someone would say, this is Lord Crimson, he's saying, age and pronouns are perfectly fine questions. Location is a bit weird unless it's for time zone purposes, but you usually ask that later or ask it as what time zone you are in. Relationship status was where it went too far. Kiray responds saying, oh, I completely agree. Confirming age, the person's age is to keep you safe, pronouns to be respectful, and I assume location for time zones as I have a bunch of EU friends, but asking if I was single just moments after I knew something was suspicious. And then we have Mia Newrily saying it was such a gross and huge red flag to ask if someone was single. Like that shouldn't even be a criteria to hang out with someone. People who try to use the VTuber place to date are very lost individuals. Kiray responds saying, this was the first time I had encountered someone asking me this, but a VTuber friend of mine said this was quite common. You should want to hang out with someone because you vibe really well, not based on gender, their dating status, or anything else. And now we continue with the Vacuo accusations, and Vacuo is accusing GoStars of the following. They mass message a female presenting VTubers. The screenshot is them messaging me. At the time of me receiving this message from them, I had only posted my model reveal 3 to 4 hours prior. Before then, I wasn't even outed as a VTuber. So how did they find me? Vacuo would follow up by saying, please read Kiray's original tweet and thread we have. Unfortunately, this isn't the only instance, and their quick message just proves that they are scouring messaging many. As you can see from this post, they are a scammer. This is their past identity, and this is the quote retweet she's referencing. And now we move on to another accusation. So this is an accusation against XA Freezy VT, which Vacuo believes is GoStars, with Sakura Leah saying, beware on XA Freezy VT. TLDR 2 years ago, XA was looking for a VTuber model for around $100 with a very short deadline. I thought it would be a simple bust, and by that time, I really needed the money because I had financial issues. He wanted to pay by the friends and family method, and at the very beginning, he talked about wanting me not to scam him. He then harassed someone else called Azuyani by spamming weird messages. Then, Somi Studio was chosen as XA's next artist. The commission was taken at somewhere in September after I decided to quit and no longer draw XA's model for him. Somi was struggling with XA for 2 months and didn't receive any payment after all the hard work she made. He, referring to XA Freezy, faked the invoice. Until now, he never paid for the model and still uses it till this day without permission. Let's take a look at the screenshots. So this is basically XA Freezy being blocked by a certain someone. This is the model in question that XA Freezy got for free, I guess, because he refused to pay. And this is the Discord screenshot where he's asking Somi Studio something, saying, okay, so do I need to transfer the money from my bank into PayPal in order to make the transaction, or does that not matter? Because I remember I would make multiple PayPal transactions with nothing in my PayPal balance, and the transactions would still go through. And XA Freezy would show a screenshot showing that Somi Studio had sent him an invoice for $300. Sakura-Leah went as far as making a Google document to warn people about XA Freezy. We will not go through the Google document for this video, probably because it's like, what, 57 pages? Jesus, so much evidence. But we still don't know if XA Freezy is actually GoStars. We're going on like Vacuo's word here, that GoStars is actually XA Freezy, so take it with a grain of salt. Continuing with Vacuo's accusations against GoStars, to summarize, they asked the artist to pay by friends and family, and they had told the artist that their prices are too expensive, stole a design without paying, and encouraged the artist to render even without payment. And then he even sent a fake invoice pretending to have paid when they did not. They used something they did not pay for and wrote it off as fan art. On top of all of that, go to the tweet and check the thread. Multiple people have come out with bad experiences with this person. Some are VTubers and others are artists. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, Milky Knox saying they were very annoying and kept asking me over and over for favors, contracts, and to join them in stream their server without showing any interest in me. I decided to distance myself from this person since they were clearly just cloud chasing or wanting me to do work for free. So this is a conversation between Milky Knox and XA Freezy. So we're still assuming that XA Freezy is basically GoStars, okay? Milky Knox is saying, oh, I love that emote. XA Freezy is asking which one. Milky Knox replied, the one you sent right before the messages I sent. Except Freezy asking, this one? That's my smirk one, lol. You can use it if you join my server. Do you want to join my server? Milky Knox would say, sorry, but no. Except Freezy would say, okay. Do you want to join later then? Milky? Milky Knox would say, sorry, I died, lol. I have been super busy lately, as I've told you. And X.A. Freezy would reply, well, yes, I know, but how busy did you say you would be, though? And Milky Knox would say, very, with a question mark, because you're curious about why X.A. Freezy is so, how should we put this, in a hurry to get him into the Discord
Holy
servers.
heck!
Anyway, with X.A.
He used
Freezy saying,
emo to
like
fish
today,
people. Wait a
does that
minute.
mean? And Milky Knox would reply, I'm fully busy.
Well, technically, my comic is also using emo to fish people. Oh shit! But at least I made myself. He scammed the emo and then used it to fish people. That is worst.
I'm self-employed. I don't have distinctions between weekdays since I'm getting ready to move. Freezy would say, I mean, despite moving. Lucky Knox would say, when I'm not organizing that, I'm working because moving will consume time too. And since I'm self-employed, I can't afford falling behind. And Freezy would respond saying, Rip, okay, whenever you're free. Is that cool with you, Milky? And then later on, Freezy would return saying, what's up, Milky? How have you been doing? And Milky Knox would say, hi, sorry, I'm in the middle of moving and I'm kinda unable to communicate right now until I get internet. And Freezy would say, okay, never mind. And then later on, Freezy would come back saying, what's up, Milky? Quick question, but how close are you with Jam? Milky? And Milky Knox would say, I'm ghosting you, bro. And Freezy would ask, why? We have Puddies responding to the accusation saying, I'm ghosting you, took me out. That's so funny. And Milky Knox would respond saying they kept pestering me and my studio, my manager was also ghosting them, but they kept showering the both of them with messages. We continue with Ukio's accusations against Ghost Stars, and Ukio saying, Alice recount how they, referring to Ghost Stars, got free art out of them, the artists. People talked about them, referring to Ghost Stars, nitpicking their server rules and commission terms of service, about persistent messages, crossing boundaries, and how they tried to pressure them into collabs. Let's take a look. Jenny is saying, I'm just going to let everyone else see this. I don't add randoms from my server, and it's stated in my rules. And this is from April, by the way. Last year, 2024. And we have XA Freezy here, and apparently Theo still believes that XA Freezy is Ghostars. And XA Freezy is saying, NW, also thank you. By any chance do you want to add each other on DC and game together sometime? In response, Jenny would say, I sadly don't add people whom I don't know or are familiar with. Sorry, I've also written about it in the rules. XA Freezy responded saying, you wrote, do not send Jenny friend requests. She will add you if she wants, which is a generic response, and it didn't include anything about if you're familiar with someone, then you'll add them on DC. So that's why I had to ask first. If that's the case, would you be down to game sometime instead? And from there, we can get to know each other since your DMs are also close as well. So just some thoughts about these DMs. It seems like this XA Freezy, if he is Ghostars, like, he seems very nitpicky and persistent. It's like, after Jenny is saying, hey, I'm not going to add you, but moving on, XA Freezy would just say, hey, you want a game sometime? You want a game sometime? You want a game sometime? It feels kind of pushy, like he's trying to push his way into a relationship that he clearly doesn't have right now. So it's clear that he wants something. Comes off like that. He just doesn't understand social cues. Maybe that's it. And now if you scroll down in the comments, we have someone familiar. That's right, this is Sakura Leah, the person who previously accused XA Freezy or something else, and she's saying, I actually remembered now that he was questioning my RTOS. Jenny would respond saying, fucking hell man, why even bother? Like, I banned him from my Discord, but he's been in it since 6 months ago. Sakura Leah is saying, OMG. By the way, Sakura Leah, the person who sympathized with Jenny, she's the one who's been owed money by XA Freezy, so he hasn't been paid yet as well. Continuing with Ukio's accusations against Ghostars, this post is also about them, referring to XA Freezy, which is also Ghostars. Cross-reference it with Kirika's post. It has the same image posted, and the question is worded and typed the exact same way. You can see that if you respond with he, him pronouns, you will be outright left alone. Well, that's one way to escape a conversation. Let's take a look at the tweet. We saw this previously. It's about the Tanorama person. He told this guy right here saying that, hey, I'm a guy, and then he was ghosted. Tanorama is saying, hello, where are you? Yeah.
Either he really fucking hate guy, or she really fucking hate guy. I don't know. Like, there are people who actually legitimately fucking hate guys.
So this is just a pattern of behavior. Apparently this Ghostars person or XA Freezy, they just want to collab with girls or just want to spend time with girls. And if you're a guy, they'll ghost you, reveal you're a guy. Interesting. Ukio continues saying, luckily I knew this person was a creep before they messaged me, but many will not know. Please warn others. This is an unacceptable way to conduct yourself. The VTuber community is not a dating site. Please be wary of them. The behavior is recent and ongoing. Additional note, I couldn't find their gender listed anywhere, and their model is feminine, presenting themselves. The way I see it, they're using this as a way to lower the guard of female feminine presenting VTubers. I say that because it lowered mine for a second. Ukio continues saying, upon checking their voice on Twitch, it sounds masculine. What a surprise. Everyone in the thread seems to be using he, him pronouns for them. They could have listed them during their past identity and decided to remove them at some point. Again, this past identity is probably XA Freezy, which Theo believes is Ghostars, but we're not sure if XA Freezy is Ghostars yet. Okay, now as my personal ending note, I have had too much experience with creeps and stalkers. You make the wrong decision messaging me, and I will not let people like you around my friends, mutuals, or my community. Stay out and learn some common decency. Hey, it worked. Like, Ghostars has gone on a hiatus, so there's that as well. Theo continues saying, also a lot of my mutuals do follow them. Be careful if they message you. Reminder, don't attack or harass this person, too late for that. This post was made to spread awareness, and the most productive thing is to inform others. Sure. Theo responds saying, update, here is a thread from the artists who made their current designs. They did not pay for them. Ghostars got them entirely for free. There seems to be a pattern here, like, didn't he get the other one for free as well? Like, what's her name? Yeah, Sakura Leah. Ghostars got a free model from her for free. It's kind of funny if you think about it. And then he's just repeating his mistake. I guess crime? Because if he's aware, then it's not a mistake. It's just Like they're trying to scam their way and becoming VTuber for free. It's kind of funny and messed up in a way that this keeps working for some reason. Anyway, Vacuo continues saying they used and manipulated this artist for free work. Please read the entire thread for their story. Oh, this is the other post that I archived as well. Okay. So I don't need to cover that. I'll just cover it now. So this is a person called Meru. She's an artist. She's saying, "Hi everyone, I'm the artist who designed their current models. They are referring to Ghost Stars. I've debated for a long time whether or not to speak on this, but I need to address my experience with Ghost Stars." I guess she refers to him as Ghost Staris. We'll still continue calling him Ghost Stars, both to protect others and to make sure this doesn't happen again to myself or others. And Meru, I'll call her Meru because that's her name, I guess. Maru or Meru? I guess it's Maru because it's Maru-chan.
Maru.
Okay, we'll call her Maru. So Maru has retweeted Ukio's post, which we will continue in a bit. Let's take a break so we can take a look at Maru's side of the story. Because previously in Ukio's experience, she's basically calling out Xe Freezy, which she believes is Ghost Stars. But here, Meru is directly calling out Ghost Stars. This is one of the first instances in this video where we actually get to see Ghost Stars himself just directly being called out, especially when this call out is by the artist who worked on their VTuber model. So that's an extra layer of credibility here. Maru is saying Ghost Stars reached out to me wanting to commission a VTuber model but didn't have a design yet. I offered to do a quick free 30-minute mock-up of a design, which I typically do with my other VTuber children. However, this turned into being taken advantage of for weeks. The artist is saying, "If you'd like to send me the details of what you want, you can, and I'll let you know, but I'll start when I can." And apparently Ghost Stars is saying, "I need to think about whether I want to re-debut with a 2.0 model of the current model I have or completely rebrand it first." I wonder why he's rebranding. Though now that I've noticed a lot of people like this current model's design, I'm having trouble deciding whether I should keep her 2.0 model or change to a whole different theme. The artist would say, well, I'd be happy to design something for free just to see how you'd like it. But both options sound exciting. Maru continues her tragic tale, saying it all started with a call on Discord. First of all, I rarely offer draw-on call types because I have severe anxiety and prefer to work on how I'm comfortable. However, I thought it wouldn't hurt if I did it once. One call turned into nearly 5. I did my best to set boundaries during the call, but they would continuously interrupt me or twist my words into something else, creating an overwhelming environment that felt hard to speak up for myself. Maru continues saying they would continuously pry and text me if I didn't respond in an hour. Regardless if I set my boundaries or told them I was sick, busy with school sleeping, and had a family emergency, etc., they would still text me and ask to schedule calls. I eventually gave up. Maru continues saying, some examples of me letting them know I was extremely busy and most likely couldn't call. I continuously let them know I had paid commissions to get and yet they always made it feel like they were the most important. Once again, all the work I was doing for them was for free. Time to look at the Discord DMs. Maru starts the conversation. I'll let you know if this works. I have a tight deadline to meet first. Ghost Stars would say, okay, never mind. Just give me a heads up, or if I remember, I'll text you when I'm at home as well. Maru would say, sounds good. Ghost Stars would say, I'm on my way back home. Still down to meet after a shower? Just want to double check. Are we meeting tonight? I'm home right now. Maru would respond saying, alright, I'll be working tonight. Ghost Stars would say, aight. When do you think you'll be done with the line art? Maru would say, super soon. Ghost Stars would say, okay, bet. Can't wait to see what you've cooked up with. If you send it sometime later today, I'll try to look at it on my break or lunch. I'm on lunch right now if you want to send it to me right now. I'm guessing maybe it's in a few days then, instead of yesterday, super soon, Maru? And Maru responds saying, sorry about the unclear communication, please understand, I still have lots of other art to work on. Ghost Stars would ask, okay, bet, how soon? Feel free to message whenever it's within the time frame from the 16th of October till the 2nd of November, since I don't work during this time frame and will be free to answer text. What's up, Maru? Are you able to send any new updates on that design so far? And Maru responds, I'll send it soon. And by the way, this is all like one day between the asking times. So he is very persistent. Ghost Stars is very persistent in chasing up his model. And he keeps asking updates from Maru again and again and again and again and again. And for someone like Maru, who is, as she put it previously in her tweets, like she's easily uncomfortable because she tries to feel comfortable when she's like dealing with clients, it can feel a bit jarring, a bit unnerving perhaps. And Ghost Stars would say, how soon though, since I plan on commissioning another artist for a YCH that will be based on the design, and she's asking me when it will be done. And Maru would say, sorry, not sure if you saw my post. I haven't been responding, but that doesn't mean I'm gone. If your artist needs a date, it will be done by then. I'll try to finish it tonight, but if I don't then, I'll give you a more accurate date, okay? Maru would say, yeah, I'll make them. Send them soon. Ghost Stars would say, sound good, I'm awake right now, so send them whenever. Then sometime later he would say, if you don't mind me asking, do you know how soon, Maru? This guy keeps asking, man. Maru would say, sorry, Halloween and other holidays are always big days for me, haha. Hope you had a good Halloween. I'll send it today. And this is apparently the art that Maru drew for Ghost Stars. It does look good. I'll give her that. Oh, this looks interesting. This looks like some of the models I was looking at when I was like researching Ghost Stars. Maru continues the story saying, another example of me telling them I was extremely sick and even made a post about it, and yet they continue to press for updates. And another on Halloween, which is an important holiday to me. We've already seen.
Watching this makes me cringe because I behave like that, but on the reverse role. Imagine like you order like an artwork one day from me, and then I will keep constantly bombard and pester you about my progressions. Hey, I draw a line. Hey, I did this. Do you like it? Hey, I have decided to do this. Hey, I did this. I started doing flat coloring. Hey, I did something like this. Hey, I can finish a freaking artwork in like one day. So like, unless like people like overwhelm me with like a shit tons of work, like you will get like a shit tons of like message from me.
Words and convince me to do two, even though I initially offered one. A sketch turned into them asking for line art, and eventually a random design which aligns with other stories. These are the designs that I made. So the first art, second art piece, both done for free. Maru would say the final straw for me was the nearly 12 iterations of the second outfit design they wanted me to make. They continuously asked for more colors and design elements to be changed, even if they've approved them beforehand. They, referring to Ghostaris, would send a vague color reference and then told me to change it to something else entirely, and then added new color requests like green, yellow, and red, none of which were in any references. They even sent the note, those colors, with zero context. They then took it upon themselves to color over my design and do what they thought looked best. So these are the requests. He's saying I keep making minuscule changes that they are not approving, drawing over my design again. I said they could at this point because they didn't approve anything I was sending. I guess these are the 12 iterations. And then he finally approved one of the drawings, which was this one, and he was still drawing over her design and more changes were done. And now we have Ghostaris asking, also, when is the next time you're able to meet? And Maru has had enough. She's saying, hi there, sorry for my late response. I'm feeling a bit discouraged, actually, because I put a lot of time into the art and our meetings and all for free. I will make the changes to hair, jellies, and horns, and I'm willing to recolor once more. If you could please provide me with a solid color palette, preferably with hex codes, and if there are any items you want a certain color, please let me know. That would be appreciated. I hope you can understand that I need to put a limit, just because I freelance as a full-time job, and I have paused important paid commissions to help you get your dream design. Why would you do that? At this moment, I need to cancel any further commissions. Okay, finally. Sorry for this sudden notice, but I hope you can understand. And does Ghostaris understand? Yes, I'm willing to pay though. Ah yes, never mind then. Ghostaris continues, saying, also can we talk about the rush fee as well? As will you be able to finish the model? And what about this? Maru is frustrated right now, and she's saying, I'm sorry if I didn't communicate clearly enough, initially through several messages back and over the call. Nonetheless, I'm very sorry for the short notice, but at this moment, I am unable to follow through with your model. There are a few circumstances that have led to this decision. Yep, you saw what they were. Please feel free to use my design and find another artist who can finish within your debut date. Sorry if
Yeah, I really like watching this, listening to this. I feel like this is me on the opposite side. I give people so many updates, they scared of me.
This inconvenience you at all? And Gustaris responds saying, could you let me know what the reason is? And Gustaris is persistent in his questioning. He's asking, Maru? And Maru would say, no need to pay since I did it for free, but if you want to, feel free to choose the amount. My PayPal is as follows.
From going viral overnight to now drifting into irrelevance. From rubbing shoulders with the biggest celebrities every week to now getting kicked out of major sporting events. From bragging about $100,000 dinner bills at his luxury steakhouses to watching his empire crumble right before his eyes, Salt Bay's story is a textbook example of how internet fame can vanish just as fast as it arrives, especially when ego takes the spotlight and everyone sees the attention-hungry narcissist man behind the meme. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be taking a closer look at the downfall of Salt Bay, how he went from humble beginnings to ruling the internet at one point, and then losing it all to arrogance and greed, all while building a business empire that, behind the gold-plated steaks and viral clips, hid a toxic culture of exploiting staff and reckless practices that put lives at risk. Though, before it all came crashing down, Salt Bay's rags to riches story was quite the inspiration. Nusret Göçe started his life in a small Turkish village called Pazli, with limited resources and poor infrastructure. His father also worked as an ordinary mine worker, which unfortunately didn't pay enough to support a family. Due to the family's financial struggles, Nusret had to leave school at the age of 13 and start working as an apprentice at a butcher shop in Istanbul. And while Nusret had to work 13 grueling hours a day every day without a single day off, this job marked the beginning of his journey in the food industry, with him going on to work at various steakhouses across Turkey as years went by. Then, in 2007, he secured a $3,400 bank loan to travel across multiple countries and learn more about their meat industries and the steakhouse businesses. After doing this for 3 years, he returned to Turkey in 2010 and opened his very own steakhouse. It was a fairly small restaurant with just 8 tables and a handful of staff. Despite this, Nusret's steakhouse managed to catch the attention of high-end clientele, including the Turkish billionaire Ferit Şahenk, who was so impressed by the quality of food and service that he offered to invest and help Nusret branch out not just in Turkey, but across the Middle East. By the end of 2016, Nusret was already a fairly successful businessman. What he didn't know, however, was that his luck was about to change once again. On January 7th, 2017, he posted a video of himself dressed in a tight white t-shirt and dark sunglasses while slicing meat, and sprinkling salt on it in the most unusual ways. This went viral, racking up millions of views and shooting Nusret into internet stardom practically overnight. The moment of him pouring the salt got turned into a meme as well, making him even more popular than just the viral clip, with people now referring to him as the quote Salt Bay. Lamau, Salt Bay is at the other side of the world and has no idea he's an instant classic with Black Twitter. It's gonna be crazy to tell kids, oh yeah, that's Salt Bay, the way my dad told me about Paul Newman. I dressed up as Salt Bay for Halloween. From parody skits on national television
It's happening!
to professional athletes celebrating with his signature move on the biggest stages, Salt Bay had quickly become one of the most recognizable faces on the internet. This was a powerful position to be in, and Nusret understood this better than anyone else, because not long after he went viral, Salt Bay announced plans to open luxury restaurants in both New York and London that same month, followed by several more locations worldwide over the upcoming months. Now, the menu in these new restaurants was outrageously expensive, including things like a $100 burger, $10 for a can of Red Bull, $25 for a single dessert, and the star of the show, the $1,800 24-karat gold-coated tomahawk steak. Despite this, Salt Bay's restaurants were a massive hit almost instantly, with people traveling to them from around the world. More than the food itself, people were buying into an exclusive, over-the-top experience just for the chance to see the man himself in person.
Yes, sir.
Week after week, his restaurants attracted the biggest names in sports, music, films, and beyond. Salt Bay had successfully turned a viral internet moment into a multi-million-dollar global brand. But behind all of the gold steaks and celebrity selfies, the reality was far from glamorous. Because as it turned out, when it came to the actual food, Salt Bay's empire was style over substance. His London steakhouse, for example, was ranked among the bottom 33% of restaurants in the city on TripAdvisor, scoring a measly 2.9 stars with over 350 reviews, out of which 167 labeled it as outright terrible, with reviews like bad food at crazy prices, all seen and zero substance, the biggest scam ever, food was undercooked and tasted awful, as well as terrible service, way too expensive for being treated like third-class citizens. To make matters even worse, his burger joint in New York was branded as the worst restaurant in the city, with professional critics describing the food using phrases like a little rubbery and low on flavor, mundane, somewhat tough and rather bland, shoe leather tough, and public ripoff #1. You'd think that after seeing such terrible reception, Nusret would focus on eliminating those issues. However, the Salt Bay did not care one bit. He viewed himself as some sort of icon, saying things like, "Now everybody wants to be a butcher because of me. Now if you ask a kid, they want to be Salt Bay. They see me as an idol. I'm an inspiration to a lot of people in a very short period of time." It was clear that his instant online fame had inflated his ego beyond bounds. The quality of food, the customer experience, it all took a back seat. What mattered most was the performance. He even started bragging openly on social media, sharing receipts of customers spending over $100,000 on a single meal, using them like trophies to show off his status. And it wasn't long before the brand stopped being about food entirely and became all about him. He filled his feed with shirtless videos.
The fuck?
Struck poses like a runway model, and carried himself like an A-list celebrity. But while the cameras were still rolling and the likes kept coming, Behind the scenes, everything was starting to go downhill. The first domino fell in September 2018, when a fire stunt meant to impress diners went horribly wrong.
Oh my god! Ah! Ay, yandı! Oh my god!
Flames shot out of control, injuring 4 people, including Czech internet personality Tines Treknikova. She suffered third-degree burns over 35% of her body and was hospitalized for months. And while she managed to survive, her appearance was altered permanently. The incident made international headlines, yet the Salt Bae made no public statements or apologies, pretending like the incident never even happened. But his silence was just the tip of the iceberg, because while his customers were fighting for their lives, he was busy feeding a dictator. That same month, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife visited Salt Bae's restaurant in Istanbul, where they were treated to a lavish multi-$1,000 meal. And to add insult to injury, this all happened while Venezuela was in the midst of a devastating food crisis, with over 64% of the country's population losing an average of 11 kilograms or over 25 pounds due to food shortages and widespread hunger. Any person with even a shred of empathy might have declined to host a man overseeing that suffering. But not only did Salt Bae welcome him with open arms, he posted multiple videos online bragging about it. As you might imagine, the backlash was immediate and intense, and it wasn't confined to behind the screen. Protests broke out in front of his restaurants in Miami and New York. The issue even resonated with the US Senate, with Senator Marco Rubio stating, "I don't know who this weirdo Salt Bae is, but the guy he is so proud of to host is not the president of Venezuela. He is actually the overweight dictator of a nation where 30% of people only eat once a day, and infants are suffering from malnutrition." He eventually deleted the videos, but true to form, he never offered an apology. Because for Salt Bae, the performance always mattered more than the people. But Salt Bae's disregard didn't stop at bad reviews, burning guests, or feeding dictators. Things were even uglier behind the kitchen door. It all came to light in April of 2023, when Business Insider published an investigation report, uncovering a string of lawsuits and disturbing allegations that revealed an empire built on fear, exploitation, and control. Former staff described Salt Bae as a petty tyrant obsessed with image, power, and excess, with a former manager stating, "His world was nothing but Instagram and fame. The sensation was him. He ended up getting this godlike complex." Employees were fired without warning, sometimes for accidentally breaking a glass or simply wearing the wrong shirt. A bartender in London said working there felt like being in the Hunger Games. Another even compared Salt Bae to being a straight-up dictator. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Workers were forced to stage fake lines outside during slow hours and even sleep overnight in the restaurant during the COVID-19 pandemic and social unrest, all without getting paid overtime. And while he flaunted his wealth online, employees say he stole tips and punished mistakes by slashing workers' pay. In multiple lawsuits, employees alleged that management skimmed off 3% of tips or withheld them entirely, especially when high-profile celebrities were dining. A class action suit even stated that the management systematically fired each waiter who complained about not getting paid tips. One 19-year-old food runner had $140 deducted from her pay for delivering a bag of leftover steak to the wrong table. Another had $800 in tips slashed because a customer left without paying, as if she was supposed to hunt down the dine and dashes and collect the bill. But for the women working under Salt Bae, the exploitation went a level deeper, into humiliation, harassment, and outright abuse. A bartender, for instance, was told to wear a quote, short skirt, high heels, and revealing top on her first day. When she protested, she was harassed by male co-workers. One even followed her home. And just days after requesting to wear a standard uniform, she was fired. Another lawsuit claimed that a female server was denied a promotion because Salt Bae allegedly didn't find her physically appealing enough. And if all this wasn't bad enough, the horrendous culture of his restaurants reached the customers as well. Employees were routinely told to lie to customers.
I need to take a little bit of short break. Hold on a little bit. Sorry there, Sonny. I was focusing on something else. My tea has gone cold. Let's add some hot water into it. Thankfully, it doesn't smell. Yeah, my bottle holds something for some reason. I think the rubber become slightly smelly. I'm thinking about adding some hot water into it. It should be able to eliminate the smell and stuff. So yeah, I think it works. Obviously not this bottle of hot water. I mean yesterday. But either way, hello there, Sonny. Good anytime zone, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Kiray, and I'm the host and your voice with a voice here to entertain you. I may not have no idea what I'm doing. Gonna play some music, have a little bit of break, you know. Still nice. Still nice. Need to take a little bit of break, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know. General things. Do 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 do. Wait, is the progression 2 or progression 3? This is progression 3. Man, I'm still really dizzy right now, to be honest. My conditions slowly degrading. That is like one part of me, I guess. Yeah, I have to spend some time just to fix up like the rest of the things, I guess. Take a look at her eyes. I can at least like fix that part first, right? Oh, she used the skin color. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to do this. It's better than nothing. Oops. Thing. Yeah, I do think I need to adjust a little bit on this vertical line thing. Adjustment is actually quite easy to do it. The problem is just I have to do all the cleaning stuff. That part is a little bit much more difficult. Why I get so many ping? Someone call me. Someone told me something. I have no idea. Or there's a lot of people streaming at the moment. I get like a lot of ping that they are streaming something. Let's see. People going live. Nah, I think I've already been live for quite a while. I keep getting ping. Where? Oh, don't tell me it's actually in live. Oh wait, no, not here. So I think I'm getting ping, but where is it? Where is it? I get multi-ping fired. Who multi-ping fired me? Like either there's a server, there's a multi-ping fire going on there. I didn't know. Something is happening. I'm still hearing it. Who? Who multi-ping fired me? Definitely is not here. I didn't see any. Huh. I wonder why it happened.
Customers claiming cheaper cuts were premium, pouring leftover wine into new glasses, and even falsely labeling steaks as halal. Quote, it was just about...
There's already music playing. Let's just listen to music. Imagine I didn't do the coloring well on purpose so people can be frustrated and be like, I can't color better than you! And then I'll be like, yeah, sure, you can. Definitely can. If you buy my artwork, if you buy my line art and then you decided to color yourself, definitely! The most valid tactic of all. Don't worry, I'm not that scum. I'm not that scummy. But I do tempt it. But it sounds like a very good tactic, obviously. Yeah, there's still quite a lot of spot I need to do a little bit more extra cleanup. Holy shit, who is ripping on the guitar? Guitar. I don't know why I keep calling it guitar. This is just how I pronounce guitar, okay? Gosh dang it. You know, it's funny that like some of my friends that say like my artwork feels like someone professional draw it by a non-professional. I don't know what they're talking about. If you guys get it, like you guys can let me know. Okay? Da, 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 da. Still have a lot of base to establish. Da, 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 da. Technically, I don't need to give a shit about this. Like, I can just color everything here. No. Ah, yes. Dan. Well. Well, for what? Oh, do you know how fuck Twitch is right now? I'm literally streaming in Twitch just to tell people how fuck is Twitch right now. Well, technically, we just met in, Oh! Well, Dan, you already heard how many times I say, like, Twitch have lots of issues, right? And one of the things I always say, Twitch do not like small streamer. One of the many issues I already, like, put it up, like, glaring issues they have. Twitch fucking hate small streamer. And then I managed to stream on Twitch. I'm surprised I'm not getting banned by them yet. But still, one of the thing I did say, like, they, I, like, in my many like rant, one of my rant is say like Twitch most likely do not like small streamer because they are wasting their server. Like, because like they do server stuff, streaming use a lot of server power, so it does eat up a lot of resources from them, wasting their money to keep up the server just to run your 0 viewer stream. So they actually creating this, like, right now they try to like hastily created a anti-bot systems that required you to, at least when you lurk, you have to say hi to actually activate like the recognition, so it count you as a view, not as bot. But here's the thing, bot actually will legitly you already know, like a lot of bot account would just come in here and drop you like a message, right? So they actually, because how they do it, lurker are not legitimate viewer anymore. In fact, the bot is the legitimate viewer. Do you know why they actually so hastily like make this like anti-bot system created? And now it's majorly screwing over all small streamers. I say one thing, they fucking hate small streamers because they don't give a shit. They would rather people don't stream. People who have 0 view, they say, fucking get out of the way. You know? I always say fuck Twitch. I only multi-stream in Twitch because I can. And then every single people who chat with me in Twitch, I would just tell them, do you know how fuck Twitch is? Now, like back then, I choose to not stream in Twitch because I don't like it, and then I came back from Twitch is because my friend told me I'm an idiot. At least like I have affiliations. Now you take a look at my affiliations. I went off bot on my affiliation. You drop in, you won't get to see it. Single fucking ad because I won't allow you to have it. If you still see it, it's definitely Twitch is trying to pull some string. And now I'm still keep streaming. Actually, I was going to just stop streaming all over in Twitch because fuck Twitch, but still, but still, here's the thing. I decided to come back to stream in Twitch again just to laugh at Twitch. Anyone managed to drop into my Twitch? They know that I don't stream on Twitch anymore, but they somehow see me in here. They'll be like, "Hey, didn't you say you don't stream in Twitch anymore?" Yes, I come here to roast Twitch. Yeah, see? See? The boss battle music activated. I am the boss battle here. I was right all along. And everyone say I might be like hating Twitch a little bit too much, and then like slowly all those kind of things, you know? So for anyone who managed to see all this, they kind of like know this thing. I've been talking shit about Twitch so much. Because I know the scummy practice they do even way before now, it's kind of like airing out to like everyone. Now everyone knows it. Now everyone knows Twitch is fucked. Yeah, baby. Like, I have a few conversations I kind of still okay with it. One of it is, how fuck is Johnny Somali? And then another one is, how fuck is Twitch? But obviously, I need to be the one to activate the card first. You have activated my Johnny Somali card. How fuck is Johnny Somali today? Very, very fucked. Then you shouldn't say that. this is why, like, here's the thing, like, Twitch really is kind of like screwing the pooch here. The double standard and everything is just like open air to every people. Now they just show their face that they actually don't like small streamer. They would rather you give up being streamer. They would rather you don't stream in that platform, so they can save a lot of server cost. And another reason why they actually like create this like anti-bot system so hastily without really like properly think through is because of pirate fucking software. He did that fraudulent like hype train thingy that happening. So now like the investor or anyone who kind of like in like the high up of like Amazon or like in Twitch, they started to know about this, and the people who does ad know about this. They really want to know like how much fraudulent viewership they have. Oh, hello there. I don't know who actually got in and then left. Oh, I scared them! I scared them! No! Yeah, basically it's just this, like, obviously I have one, but I'm in some other place. I'm in Project Orbit. I always have a Discord server. You just didn't manage to look at it hard enough. But yeah, I got 2 Discord servers, technically 3 Discord servers. One is already went kaput a long time ago. Okay, another one is like my newly opened one. I think I opened like about like last year, like around like maybe April. So I created that one, and that one is my newest one. Technically, I use that one more. What, huh? And then I have the third one. The third one is a special secret society that I opened. Nah, it's not special secret societies. It's just that I open up a service. It's just to collect all the people that I can do a lot of collab with. And then I just invite them into like this small servers that everyone kind of like conglomerate into one thing. In one service. So it's easier for me to communicate stuff. Yeah, I've been talking a lot about it a long time ago. You just didn't manage to listen to me. Besides, the server is actually quite dead. Even you go in there, there's nothing happening. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I have to focus this thing too. And my body is actually breaking down. Yeah, I'm watching the downfall of Salt Bay, but I got bored. That guy's fucked, I know. I'm not even drawing Uma Musume! Who am I talking about? This is not even Uma Musume! You didn't watch this VTuber, you don't know the law. You never understand. You never understand this meme. Her meme is way before Uma Musume being a horse girl. No. It is somewhat It is somewhat referencing at the Uma Musume stuff, but here's the thing: Rima, now her model looks very different. But back then, when she's still like a small time VTubers, her model actually like the base form is Kitsune, but the model design looked like a freaking Hosker. So she have like this she basically like she have that meme that everyone just call her the Hosker instead of call her the Kitsune. So like it become like a running meme for her. Okay, running. And also like her content is actually doing like VTuber like news content stuff. So it's basically like I draw this post as like she ran out chasing up hot topic and news. Those kind of stuff. So she is definitely running. Technically, like I say again, like Uma Musume does involve running a lot. If you do any running post, people will just assume it's Uma Musume, technically. Especially VTuber, they already have like the anime look in them. So if you draw any VTubers that is running, yeah, people will just assume it's Uma Musume, to be honest. Yeah, she is. Like after, like when Niji Sanji like bullshit stuff happens, like you know, like Legal Mindset and the gang, like she is technically part of the VTuber gang, Legal Mindset VTuber gang around the time. Actually, I have like a secret project. I want to one day I want to invite Rima, Legal Mindset, Parrot, and Nosaki Bunny, like all of them together to play the Ace Attorney game with me. That would be hilarious if I have that one episode. Just like one episode, they are like the special guest. Okay, where was I again? Sorry, I was talking too much, kind of forgot what was I doing? Yapping is always like the things. Good night, Dad. I can tell you one thing, I haven't slept yesterday. And I still haven't slept now. I am dying. I need money. Donate me money. I'm doing this for money. This is the everyday doing daily drawing challenge, so you will still keep seeing me doing a lot of daily drawing and shit. Okay? I will never stop until I reach the goal of $400. Technically, I will still continue doing it after $400, because if I manage to get $400, I guarantee I still can get fucking more money. You can go work on part-time. I can't have a job. You can. Go to do waiter job. And then low-key play my stream in the cafe. Just let everyone watch me in the freaking cafe. That'd be hilarious, actually. I did actually think about it. I want to start my own, like, back in the days, you know, back in the days, jingle, 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 jingle. I do want to open my own like theme cafe that is VTuber based or anime based. Technically it was anime based and later on kind of revamped the idea to VTuber based. But yeah, it's generally like that. So I want to create it's like how should I say? A VTuber cafe is like, okay, this month is space VTuber month. So any space VTubers can register that we will sort of like play their stream while they're streaming, and also make like coffee specially themed around space, and have like their coaster, have like their artwork and on their coasters, sell it as merchandise. They can also get money from it, and also like I can spread out like what a VTuber is to people, like those kind of things, you know. But and that requires a shit tons of money, and I don't have it, sadly. And also, you should go to sleep now. I will go to the toilet. I will shut up and go to the toilet, and then you go to sleep, okay? No! Obviously I will, but the problem is Malaysia doesn't let me. Malaysia have like a no loot stuff like happening kind of like thingy going on there, so like I cannot have like people who are like super loot in there. If it's going to be like a cafe stuff. Too bad. You know, like a lot of like conventions, a lot of cosplayers hate Malaysia because like convention in Malaysia is like so like have like a very like tight kind of like dress code. They can't do a lot of cosplay properly. What, you plan to move to Iceland out of everywhere? Do you know the internet in there is actually pretty bad? Is that Iceland or Greenland have like bad internet? I forgot. And besides, UK is pretty fucked right now. I'm not sure it's going to affect like Iceland or not. Yeah, like currently like Iceland is like go for like this like super not Iceland, UK is like going for this like very you know this like really like anti-immigration like stuff movement, and it's so big to the fact that it kind of like spread out to many other vicinity country. I'm not sure Iceland is close to UK or like Greenland close to UK, I forgot. Yeah, I keep messed up like the location of islands, Iceland and Greenland. I just know they are in like somewhere in that pretty area. Obviously I know. And also it's pretty hot in there too. Weirdly, it's called Iceland. And almost have nothing in there. I'm not even kidding, like, it's basically just a plain field. You can see a lot of beautiful hill and like, but sadly, here's the thing, like, it is an island. Usually when it comes to an island, they have a lot of like fish produce, right? No, Iceland doesn't really have too much like you know, like fishing produce. They have a very weird they marinate shark, just that. If you don't know what shark is, shark blood is basically urine, okay? It's really stanky, it's really smell, but they somehow manage to find like a way, you know? It's like the what again? I can actually show you the video. Hold on a little bit. Is it Iceland or Greenland? Ah, yes, this one.
I'm pretty sure that's a
You
cure
want
for
some?
something.
You want some, maybe? No.
No. I'm ready.
Check it out.
I'm ready. Okay.
Look up the list of the most misunderstood foods in the world, and from
Yeah, dry shark. Like the only like special produce they have in my brain is dry shark, and it's dry shark only. and it's not even that good. Maybe you can start a job in there. But that's the thing. Dry shark tastes very, very different from ikan masin. The reason is, again, shark body and fish body function very differently. When shark come out of the water, the stress... Here's the thing. Fish can pee. Shark cannot pee. Where do the pee go? It's constantly recycling in their body. So when they die, you cut them open. This is why nobody eats shark. Shark tastes like urine. Smells like urine when you cut them open. It's not poisonous. They smell like urine. The worst thing is like they smell like piss. This is why no people eat shark. And Iceland somehow managed to find a way to turn it into ikan masin. And they can eat from it. It's actually not that good, too. They just made it eatable.
invented shark is probably on it. But here in the west of Iceland, it is a regional delicacy. It's
Hi there, Ryoken.
That's been laboriously fermented, dried, and cured. And it's been done by one family in this area for hundreds of years. We're here to find out what it tastes like.
The Greenland shark?
Sorry there, I was like having a fun chat about random knowledge I know about Iceland. About like a random thing about fish. Well, this is how what I made so far. I haven't really finished all the coloring yet. It is going to be like a while for me to fully color it. Now I'm just like establish all the flat color first, and then after the flat color, I have to fix up some of the things like some part like this. But also like the most important part of things I need to fix up is the corner. Paint Bucket 2 is actually good, but it's not omnipotent. You can see it in here. So I have to fix tiny gap happening here and there. Do lots of cleanup and stuff. Actually, I don't really need to do it, to be honest. it's like nobody can see it in the first place. Dan, you can't eat shark. You can't even just eat ikamasen, okay? Sorry that. Yeah, we were talking about the Icelandic special fermented shark. You can't just eat fermented shark, obviously, duh. You know, actually, like about this thing, like a lot of people mistook her as one of the Uma Musume girl because I draw her in like a running post. Well, she is like have an allegation of being a horse girl, obviously, but doesn't mean like she's part of Uma Musume. But I think nowadays she want to be one after Uma Musume become a hit. Right? Who doesn't want to be one? Like when it become like super popular being a horse girl. Hold on. Try to fix some of the things here. Alright then, Dad. Get to sleep. Like I say again, you should go to sleep a long time ago. When I said I go to the toilet, I came back, I suppose, like you should go to sleep. But you're still not sleeping. Go to sleep, Dad. No, you shut up. You shut up and go to bed. This instant. It's like, gosh dang, 1:48 a.m. You should just go to sleep. I'm not even sure it's a.m. on your place. If it's a.m., you should go to sleep. I'm still here because I have no money. What's your excuse for being still awake? Kaneo Oshi. I don't give a shit. You don't treat time zone like a time zone anymore. This is not the time for a healthy young person should be. No, because you're single, you should sleep even earlier. Because you got nothing to do. If you want to be like watching VTuber like after night workout with your partner, then yes, you would be staying up late. Hey, you're in college. You should know all those stuff. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. Hey, hi there, good kings. Boing. is the ribbon colors again? Hold on a bit. Oh, the ribbon color is the same with this one. Okay. I'm too lazy to do this. Who will say like you need to get used to sleeping late? Don't be like me. I'm disabled because I sleep late every single night, to the point that I have like some certain level of brain damage because of it. And I'm not even kidding, I literally was so sleep deprived back in the days when I studied engineering. I fainted twice from exhaustions. ADHD is not a fucking shield of bad behavior, okay? Go to sleep. Alright, good night. Shara, help me zap this guy out of like go to sleep. Man, again, like I can't use my hand properly at the moment. It's just that it takes way more effort to move at the moment. My vertigo is getting stronger and stronger. Well, definitely he have one, just don't know it's morning time or like afternoon time or night class. Don't lie, you will never have a break as a student. When you have sem break, you still have to study what course you are going to take like next semester, so you have to pre-study everything first, and then afterward you have to know have to do like information gathering about like what kind of project you have to be expected, and then pre-build up your team, and then start doing the Mission Impossible. I'm a 4.0 student for reasons, okay? I don't give a shit about vocational school or not. My engineering is technically a vocation in some sense. Still, school is school. You need to study, pre-study everything. Doesn't mean like your school you have to study doesn't mean you can't pre-study anything the extra you want. You have no limit of what you can learn, okay? Even you are in vocation school doesn't mean you can't learn how to make a nuclear reactors, okay? Especially nowadays, you can literally find this kind of video like in YouTube. I don't know how. Don't ask. Hey, I didn't actually finish study. I have medical issues. Yeah. But to be honest, it's really difficult to just call myself a college dropout, because like the knowledge I have is actually quite advanced to the point that I technically already finished study, especially when it comes to 3D animations. Just the problem, I didn't finish my final year project due to my escalation issues. aside from that, I think I already finished all my like course study in my 3D animations. Technically, I'm already finished graduated. I just don't have a paper. But if I can have any conversation or do any work, I can compare with even better with a fresh graduate. That's the fact. Even my lectures is telling me not to like drop out because like at least like wait until my like medical conditions is getting better, and then I can continue do the study. But around that time, I'm really like stressed. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me around the time. So I decided to, you know what, I'm just going to drop out. And I was right. Trying to get discovery for my medical condition, it took me like 5 years to actually like let them have like some information what's wrong with me. But so far they still have no idea what's wrong with me. They gave up already. But yeah. You already know, you don't need to ask. I already told you and you ask a second time, I will not tell you. If you just have to use your brain to remember. Look at my face. How old do you think I am? I know you know. We have a conversation about it before. Hey, coma is not a best excuse. Nah, not around mid 30. But I can say it's close. So keep guessing. It's warmer right now. Man, trying to correct all this like tiny gap is a nightmare for me. Hope I can actually sell this out as the, you know, as like line art to people, to colors. Warm again, but it's like in between your guessed. Like in between all the number that you have guessed. Do 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 do. Why doesn't paint? Oh, no. Now it does. I wish. Oda! You guys can ask me a question to kind of pinpoint where I am. Nah, too old. Very, very, very close, Dad. Very, 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 very close. Hi, Dad up. What? Yeah, I'm 30 years old. Yeah. Hold on a bit. Everywhere's spinning again. I should take medication, but I haven't taken medication for quite a while, so even when I take it now, it's just going to backfire. Closing my eyes is actually way more worse. Hey, at least I look young. If you keep staying in a house, if you don't look young, then you might have a skill issues. Why suddenly everyone started to play Yu-Gi-Oh? How far have I been going, actually? Yeah, I still need to do a lot of corrections. I'm too lazy to do corrections, actually. You know what, like I say again, like this is going to be a business decisions. I'm just going to have a little bit flaw in the coloring, so people notice, piss them off, and then they will buy my art line and then do a better job than me and then show it off to me. That this is how you do coloring, and they'll be like, bravo, bravo. I don't remember then. It's ages ago. I put that kind of like understanding in the past. Yeah, the school is actually pretty shitty too. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Maybe contribute one of like the stress and escalations of like my conditions. Make me even more dizzy around the time. I am trying a lot around those time. I also like went hiatus on streaming because online school is very stressed. And also, around that time, because I'm a Malaysian Chinese, I get targeted by a few hate raid back in the days. Like, solely targeted. Every single time I stream, there will be like shit tons of people like raid my stream and then say like the most, you know, ugliest shit you can see in there. You know, actually, I was quite surprised. I heard that PMR is not a thing anymore. The moment I heard like PMR is not a thing anymore, I'm actually quite happy for you guys. I'm not even kidding. I have friends who is legitly really smart. They got A in every subject except Malay. So PMR is this thing. If your Malay fail, you fail to continue your study. Thank you, Dub. Since when it called PD3? UPSR, PMR, SPM. Just this three. If you really want to forward your study, there's STPM. But I can tell one thing, STPM is a scam. Don't go to STPM. better go to college if you want. STPM is for the people who have no idea where to go. Imagine like you finish study, you don't know what kind of vocation you need to choose, like being an engineer or being like a chemist or doctors or a truck driver or anything like that. You'll be like, yeah, I'm going to STPM since I got good grade. And then you'll come to that, and then you learn that actually STPM is quite useless. You basically learn nothing in there. You wasted 1.5 years, but you can choose straight up to a degree without any preparations. At least you go to like a diploma. You will study the shit in the most basic form, that hyper focus of what you want. Like seriously, like if you go and study diploma, is actually way better than study STPM. The only good thing about STPM is free. If you manage to get into STPM, means you don't have to pay too much about like STPM, like student fee. You can basically skip that diploma part. That's the only thing. There's still a lot of things like hyper specific diploma. I went to study engineering diploma, so I can go forward my study for degree and diploma. A lot of things have like a hyper-focused diploma. There is a very general diploma, and then there's also hyper-specific diploma. You really need to know what you have to choose. You can choose to be accounting diploma. You can choose like be a like an admin diploma. Do not choose admin diploma, okay, please. I rather, if you want to become an admin in diploma, I'd rather you go to study STPM actually. Yeah, that's the thing. I'd rather you go and study STPM if you want to study diploma in admin. I was like, holy shit. Either admin or like, what do they call it again? Multimedia. If you want to study multimedia or admin, there's two fucking job in as a diploma. You just go straight up into STPM, get out from STPM, and then go to degree. I'm not sure I'm going to have house anymore if you actually like manage to get like finish like the electrical stuff. My neighbor literally worked for TMB. There is a grace period for you to lose that royal student stuff. Basically, if you are running with like some certain stuff, if you dropped, if you get like the 4.0 student package for like the exemption fee, those kind of stuff, even you dropped, it doesn't immediately the next semester you lose that opportunities. You have to consistently not improve for the next. Like I remember it's like 2-3 semesters to actually like lose the privilege. I know Shara for a very long time. Depends. Are you the one who's doing everything, or are you the one who is MIA? Or are you the one who will call your team leader in the middle of the night? Hey, tomorrow we need to hand in stuff and report to our lectures. But I haven't got a single thing done yet. Can you help me finish it? Motherfucker. That is how I worked so hard to the point I collapsed back in the days. There's so many people I need to carry. I carry my ass. Literally my ass. Yeah, sometimes my Discord keeps spam. I don't know what happened. Here's the thing. I'm actually in the Open VC channel in Project Orbit, but so far there's no one in here yet. Yet technically everyone who come here to, supposed to go to chat and watch like stuff with me, they are not doing. Nobody's coming in. I might actually go to my own personal Discord at that point. Let me see. Why did I get so many ping? I've been getting hit by ping for quite a while. I don't know who pinging the shit out of me. I don't see anything. Everything is clear. Just a B. I know. Hold on, I need to. What do you say? Just a B. Back in the day. Yeah, sorry, nobody can actually see the chat in my YouTube side. Well, blame the vertical stream as being like this small, okay? Do you know what's funny about it? I get a D in my math. I went to study engineering. And then somehow my algebra came out A. When I go to diploma, I score really bad on math. But afterward, I went on rigorous studies, work on a lot of dx/dy formulas, and then my right ears also at the same time, like I have a headphone plug on the right ears. I'm listening to Khan Academy while I'm doing some other things, and then my screen is like showing another tutorial of a different math issues, like physics stuff, and then my left ear have another headphone plug into my computer. I'm listening to music, and my main computer screen I'm playing Civilizations. And because I study so hard, and then I starting to be getting improved in my math to the point that I can actually do math very easily. But as time passed, like my multitask skill is getting weaker and weaker. Like I say, I used to be smart. I quote unquote used to be smart. Because of my engineering study, like lack of sleep and everything, now my brain is really foggy. Even now it's still very foggy. I don't know what the fuck happened to my brain. I can't think properly, like think straight at all. Like, a lot of things, like sometimes I even slur my word. I don't know what happened. I think I overuse my brain like around like in sometimes. Yeah, the sleep deprivation can actually do that to you. I was so tired back in the days, I literally fainted a few times. Technically twice only, but still. And I barely sleep around the time to the point that my hands shake, my entire body, those kind of things that happen to me. Because my useless teammate have the gall of every night, like in 1-2 a.m. when I decided to take a nap, and then they call the shit out of me and tell me, I can't do this, can you help me? I can't do that, can you help me? Oh, I didn't do this, can you help me? Motherfucker. And they all call me at the last night before, like, you know, like you have to go to see the lectures, report your progression and stuff. They will panic call me in the middle of the night. They cannot complete what they're doing. How should I do? How can I cover their ass? Like, motherfucker. And then, when I keep covering all their asses so much to the point that I got sick, I cannot do my things, but I finish all their things because I keep covering their ass. You know what? When we go to like the progression report, they toss me under the bus. When the lecturer asks me why this particular part that I'm handling is not finished yet, I was too sick, too tired to answer jack shit, and that MIA guy, yes, that MIA guy, suddenly say, oh, we actually abandoned that part of the project because we can't finish it. Yeah, that happened to me. I have trust issues afterward. No, I legit have trust issues. I actually trust that guy. That guy went MIA because he say, oh, sorry, I was working in a job. I have a big project going on in the construction site. This and that other stuff. I'm a construction consultant. Why am I still fucking studying? But he gave a lot of lame excuse. I'd be like, I believe you. You know what? Yeah, just do your things. I'll handle the rest of the things. You just do all the handle the paperwork stuff. Fucking backstab me. And he still don't feel any remorse, to be honest. I don't need to sleep. I took a 2-hour nap. And I also drank tea. Tea have caffeine. Nobody can stop me. You know what? Actually, I should do this. Hold on. I feel like you guys are a little bit disconnected on the conversation, so let me do this. Where is my... Yes, this one. Oh no, the wrong place. Is it this one? I think it is. Oh, no, not you. Hold on. Well, everyone going to earn some money, right? I am trying my best. And also, where is it? Ah, yes. Now you guys can see your chat, I think. Let me drop the art stuff. Art screen, drop even more down, and let me drag my Ko-Fi down to. Now you guys can read. Yeah. Here's the thing, I don't even feel sleepy. Now you guys know one thing, I'm actually really sensitive about people don't sleep. I cannot sleep. I have a medical condition called AICA vestibular loop. If you don't know what that is, it's basically the blood vessel in my head is a little bit too long. Inside my head is a little bit too long, both sides, and it tangled up with my ear nervous systems. By general, it doesn't do much. Because I have so many like tiny debuffs, this thing act like a multiplier for it. So it makes things worse. And also because it's a blood vessel issues, and it happened behind my head, if something pressed behind my head, like right now, I smack it, pressed it, relax sitting in the chair, go to sleep on the bed. I'm not even kidding. Go to sleep on the bed. I immediately will experience vertigo. Because of that, it's really hard for me to sleep. So this is one of the reasons why every single time like people say they don't sleep or like sleep is for the weak, I say no. Because I used to have a brain. And then because of sleep deprived, I lost my ability to be able to think better. So people should actually go to sleep. You think like you are young and hip, you can do lots of things. Now I'm 30 years old. Like all those accumulated damage I have from being very sleep deprived is just hitting me like a freaking rock. Technically not a rock, it's like, I don't know, like meteorite. If I really need to sleep, yeah. Here's the thing. If I really need to sleep, I need to work myself so tired to the point when the moment I touch the bed, I immediately went to sleep. I need to be that level to be able to actually sleep properly. So if I'm not like dead tired, it's really hard for me to actually go to sleep. Yeah, sometimes like life is life. Like, life is life. You can't really like complain too much about it. Yeah, for me I can't because like again, head pressing, like, you know, if you lay on the bed, obviously your head is pressing on the thing, and then I immediately have vertigo because of it. Imagine like the entire world is spinning. It's really fucking distracting, I can tell you one thing. Okay, it's time to properly finish the drawing. I've been chatting for so long. Okay. Hey, I think I forgot something. Oh yeah. You got the touch. You got the power. Sorry, I might have to go silent a little bit. I need to focus. Dub, I feel like your brain is also turning to mush. You should go to sleep too. Why are so many sleep-deprived teenagers in my chat? If you guys are not teenagers, it's even worse, to be honest. So I'm just going to assume you guys are teenagers. And then be like, no, I'm not a sleep deprived old guy. I'm a sleep deprived like 3-year-old child. You should go to sleep. I mean, ay. How the fuck are you still awake? Go to sleep. No. Actually, Rima actually like legitly responds that she liked this thing, she liked this artwork, and then let's hope she's not like anticipating like right exactly now, like when will I finish this thing? She gotta wait a little bit too long then. This guy ain't going to finish his artwork. This guy ain't going to finish his artwork. What absolute peak of a server? My server have nothing! Nothing! Obviously. Yeah, don't worry. I don't think I will be like color it like in like a very like careful manner way. You know, it's just like some random like plot of colors, this and that, yeah, this stuff. I don't intend to make like super like high quality coloring. Again, it might be sounds like a ruse. I kind of want to like color it bad on reasons, because I'm going to. Yeah, here's the thing. Like you can see this thing. Let me highlight all my things first. Create folder, insert layers. So you can see this. The line art is very beautiful, right? And I also thank God I did that. I now I see like there's a lot of mistake in here, but yeah, you can see the line art is really like wonderfully made, right? So I'm actually selling them as a line art piece. So it's like coloring page, you know. I'm selling them as a coloring page so people can buy it and get it. Also, they can color it themselves. So if you think I have skill issues, you want to show me that like I'm actually a really bad artist, just buy it. Just buy it, color it better, and then like show it to me. Hey, this is how you do coloring. Thank you for your purchase. Arigatou gozaimasu. And speaking about like purchase and stuff, actually I did have them. You can see like the recent recent stuff I have. Oh, it's really hard to show in here. Let me go to my other page. Hold on. Yeah, this is the thing. If people have hard time, here's the reason I kind of like also like give people this kind of like stuff is because I want to give them an opportunities, you know, a opportunities to, if you aren't good at drawing line art, here is a set of very solid, beautiful line art here. You can edit it if you wanted to, but generally it's solid enough for you to have fun with coloring. A lot of like people want to participate into their own like Oshi kind of like art things, but they can't because they can't draw jack shit. But there are people who still can colors. They just can't draw that well. So I have this like wonderful post that made. So if they really want to participate into like their Oshi kind of like you know, they want to participate and draw their Oshi, yeah, it's fine. Like just get this thing and then you can do a little bit coloring too. Obviously, it sounds like I'm actually trying to like prey on people fandom. But here's the thing. This one in my VGen need to be paid. But if you have enough brain, if you go to my Ko-Fi, it's free. Aha! I'm not actually drawing things in very detailed mode. You can see like I run out of detail a lot. Like drawing the frill, I just draw square instead of like, you know, like accurately draw frill out. Because shiny, you know? When you draw lots of things, there's lots of shiny stuff that can distract people. All you have to do is draw just correct enough to kind of like distract people. What happened to the background? Boop. I see nothing. Well, I am the void itself. Having a black background as a void background is kind of like normal, you know? Very normal. And actually, I'm really hungry right now. You know what? I'm going to take a small break, eat my favorite food. The food that will definitely be the death of me one day. This bread is what we call Mexico bread, or you can say coffee bread. It's like melon bread, but you know, like in Japan, like they have like that melon bread. They have like the crusty top is like the cookie side. Mexico bread is different. The top side is actually coffee. And due to its natures, I should actually go and like put like some, you know, I should heat it up to make it crunchy, but I'm very hungry. Should I heat it up? I think I should go and heat it up. Hold on a little bit. I'll grab a plate and heat it up. And I'm back! Ooh. Yeah, they start to harden already. You can hear the crunchiness. Slowly get a bread as ASMR for no reasons. Nice. Well, technically, Clip Studio quote unquote Pro does that shit too. It's called Pro, but it's not that Pro. You have to buy EX for lots of stuff. Obviously, because I'm not chatting. My server is dead. Nothing. There's no amount lurking you can have any interactions. Unless you two start interacting in the servers. Yeah, good for you to know that fact, actually. I talk about it a lot. A lot of people thought lobsters are immortal, but they are not. The fact that they can die from just being too tired and stay inside a shell for too long because they didn't shed, and then they'll die. They're just simply too big to move. Generally, only I'm the one who posting there. I do wish more people posting there, it's just that, yeah. Not too much. But to be honest, like, I hate to admit, I do wish one day that someone actually draw like fan art of me. I would be much more happier. I've been drawing myself for like very long time. Yes, I do have fan art, but my 3 years of being a VTuber, I only receive 3 fan art. And they were all not here anymore, so yeah. Generally, all the art I have is me just drawing myself, you know? Me just drawing myself in. Me just drawing myself. Oh, not this one. Where is it? Yep, just me drawing myself. Me drawing myself. Me drawing myself. Holy shit, that sounds very narcissistic. Just remember not to bother people in there too much. I do have a strict rules that have some basic courtesy, but it's really like, you know, general stuff. What went quickly? Hey, I can't monetize my stuff, so don't try to like go run rampant in there. Yeah, here's the thing, I actually really hate moderations. I think I got PTSD from just like getting hate rate back in the days. Because again, like shield mode was not a thing, so I really struggled to moderate like all the heinous shit that just been like spam type in there around the time. Now look closely, I should change how the eye works. I'm an idiot. It's not like people can't draw. It's not like people don't draw my, you know, don't draw my like fan art. It's just that I just really difficult to draw. For people who just want to play. You talk to the wrong persons. I might be a artist, but I actually have no hate boner with AI. I'm the rare artist that actually can draw, but also same time, don't mind AI art being a thing. I don't hate the technologies. Here's the thing, I don't hate the technologies, I only hate the people who misuse it. Because you can definitely say generative AI nowadays is not really for artists. It's for people who never touch a pen themselves. They can't draw in the first place. That's the thing. Just let them have some fun with it, for me. It's like they aren't going to threaten me at all, because like I say again, it's for the casual people to actually use it. But the problem is when people treat it very seriously, using it as their main page and stuff, that might become an issue. I say again, regulation need to have it, and like regulations, and also how to make a proper like AI server, this and that AI stuff. I know lots of people keep saying like AI server actually, you know, how would I say, AI server is bad for the environment argument is bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit. A lot of people, like, no matter how good of a compelling argument I give them, they will always like try to win the argument by just saying it's bad for the environment though. It is. So is the phone in your hand. So is your TV screen looking at me. So is my camera. So is my headphone. Every single piece of electronic productions is harmful for the environment. And think about this. The process required a lot of like chemical byproduct coming out from it. A lot of electronic have that kind of things, especially screen. It's the worst culprit of it. Screen, lithium batteries, like the what again? A lot of things involve phone actually have a lot of like byproduct that is deadly in chemical, bad chemical byproduct. And no, it's not just carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is like for the power plant stuff. It doesn't involve with like those kind of like pollution stuff. So think about this very clearly, because everything, like I just mentioned, is a tiny thing in your hand. No matter how bad it is in fact in the environment, it only infected in a very, very small scale that you cannot see. AI server is just a concentrated ground with all the server in there, hence they use a lot of concentration resources in there, and you can see them much more clearer because everything is concentrated in one place. And they will always say like, you have to water cool the gosh dang server, so you have to use like a shit tons of water to do it. You don't have to use clean water. They aren't saying that they are going to use like drinkable waters. Do you know how much if a person need to like supply a vegan farm, how much water they have to use in a month compared to how much water a AI server is going to use? It's pale in comparison. That's the thing. And you're going to tell me it's wasting water? It's basically, it's like you're telling Americans stop eating cheeseburger because Africans have someone starving. The server usually is held in a place that there is abundance of water already, so they don't really have a lack of access of water in the first place. So, if they're wasting waters, like I say again, so that place have water. If you say like they wasting water because that place don't have water, how are you going to do what are you going to do with it? Are you going to organize a logistic stuff you can carry out the water from that place to that place? If you don't have a plan or any environmental effort that can transport water to the place that don't have water, shut up. I'm an artist, but I'm also an engineer. I have brain. And I know what does harm, what doesn't do harm. Everything does harm. Everything does harm to the environment. All the chemical byproduct from just making it. This thing does harm. This thing does harm. This thing definitely do a shit tons of harm. Does not is not sponsored by them, so it's fine. Even medications. This thing, the process of creating this thing, create so much byproduct that can actually kill lots of things. Obviously not on purpose, is using for saving life and stuff. Yes, everything have a bad byproduct. The only thing you have to do is think how to minimize those byproducts, okay? Flat out rejecting it doesn't help. I really hate the fact that people just blindly hate the things about when AI is mentioned, okay? If you want to choose if those people want to choose like a hill to die on, please understand the hill you are going to fight on in the first place. If they don't understand it, don't fucking stand on that hill. You're just gonna embarrass yourself. And once you realize you can, those people like realize they were wrong. It's not that simple, but they will still, like just to save face, they refuse to admit wrong. They just keep powering through it. They just turn themselves into fucking pirate software. And I'm not actually really trying to defend AI and stuff, Like I say, bad actors have bad actors. Everything have bad actors. Fire can do good, can cook, fire can cook, fire can warm yourself, fire can do lots of things. Also can burn the shit out of your house. Burn down your fucking house. So are you going to blame the arson for the fire? Or are you going to blame the fire for being fire? Pick your poison. Right now, people just hate AI for AI's sake. And to be honest, I'm very tired of this stupid argument. Don't worry, I sound pissed off, but I'm not exactly that pissed off. If I'm pissed off, I'm starting to get dizzy, so generally I can't get pissed off at all. Imagine so pissed off at this kind of things that you pop a vessel. That would be a hilarious death in the world. Oh my gosh, my eyes is really blurry right now. I can't see jack shit. It's going to be a problem. Almost. Yes, it's just almost, not even really finished yet. Still need to use my webtoon finishing touch. When I say webtoon finishing touch, that's a special skill I learned from like making webtoon and shit, you know, is to have a clever use of gradient. Turn them into overlay. Usually overlay is fine. If overlay is too much, maybe you can just tone it down, or you can turn it into soft light. Oops. So soft light can do the same thing. It's just it's like a slightly less adjustable version of overlay. You know, overlay have like stronger colors. So you can have like overlay like this. Now they have like a very strong, like bright shading colors in them. After that, you can choose blue colors. Also give like the shadow areas, you know, give the shadow areas a little bit of like place that should have shadows in. You can just, if you are really lazy, just go to Gaussian blur. Sorry, I can't see at the moment. My sight is actually really blurry right now. So you can multiply it and then kind of like dropped it. And then continue, do a little bit of wiping. There's some place like can be dark, but try not to make it too dark. You can either multiply it or just find suitable like dark colors for it, you know. Some people actually can use overlay. Depends like how is your like environmental color is. Okay, I put overlay, be like some people will be like, holy shit, this thing is not good. Yeah, it can be. You can go for subtract or like use the color burn. Color burn can actually do good sometimes. Really depends on how well you're good at using this. Why you retracted your message? I need that middle finger! Technically, I'm not even sure that thing is a middle finger or not. It's part of my human language. Very human. No, it won't. Unless I'm the one who deleting it, it will still stay there if you delete it yourself. Imagine like this one, if I removed it, remove your particular like this moment chat if I removed it. Oh wait, it's supposed to be removed. I guess like it didn't. Oh, congratulations, you can just put like a lot of controversial stuff. Scare the crap out of me. Wait a minute, it should have a lot of stuff here. Did the tool just like delete itself? I think it did. Oh my gosh. I'll re-add everything again. No, it's not there. Weird. Did I? put them in like brush? No. So it's definitely in here somewhere. I just don't know where to put them. That's annoying, everything went disappeared. I don't even have it in download anymore. Oh, see. So like this. Here. And then, not in patterns, effect, okay, drop everything in. What did a Houdini on me? Now I need to like wait for everything kind of install itself. It might take some time. Ah. Because the only thing I know Houdini is that he died. He died in the saddest way. A really enthusiastic fan went to punch him while he's asleep. Obviously he died. He can survive like a hammer to the stomach. What happened if I punch him really hard while he's asleep? He died. What fucking logic that guy have? Nah, he's the greatest thief, not escape artist. When I say thief, it's not like in a bad way he steals stuff. It's just that, hold on a minute. I think I accidentally did something wrong. Okay. It's not like that he steals stuff. That is just the fact that the stun that he pull is basically pre-set up, or he managed to hide stuff in his body. Usually he swallow it. That's like a string. Usually is his usual trick is basically he tied the string onto the key, and he tied it in his teeth. He swallowed the key. It's like dangling in his like esophagus and stuff. So when he have to escape, he will take that key out and then use that to open. And sometimes he doesn't really like obviously do the key things. He also like have like a lockpick stuff, this and that, this stuff. Like he can't. Basically every single part of the body, there is a way for him to snuck in a lockpick, so he can lockpick the shit out of it. And obviously he practiced it before, so like he made people kind of like feel like stunned and all this kind of thing. And magic is magic, you know. It's not like invalid like the thing he does. He still did amazing things, obviously. Finally, I finished! Whew. I know, it's called a Black Death. It's very common. I feel like I'm missing something. Do I need to highlight? I think I do. Let's play some highlight. Yep, now it's actually finished. Ooh. Finally. Just sleep. Technically, I later on had to wake up early just to record another video for like promoting another artist. I don't know which artist I need to promote, to be honest. Okay, I need to create a folders. Hide you. Turn your blind, and then I need to make another one. This one is line white. And then I need to export another one, PNG. Line. Why is it called 9? Alright, everything is kind of finished. Let's show you guys like the result of this thing. And I'll be posting this, but before that I need to set up my entire like shop stuff. My VGen shop, my my VGen shop, and also like my Ko-Fi shop. I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing, okay? And then I'm going to dox myself. Let's proceed to dox myself. Manage store. Okay, just going to clone this thing. Yes, copy. Is it called my even star or ever star? To be honest, I kind of forgot. Even star, even star, depends. Save and publish. Yeah, now you guys can go and get a free one in my Ko-Fi. And then it's time to scam people. Level 1 easy. Not MYR. USD. Publish. Oh, yeah, took it out. This is the same thing. What you do is to drag this in, drag this in, that. I need to go to deliverable, add this, put the line out in, saved. Publish. And then I have to copy this link. Okay, continue to publish this. And you do a post, blah blah blah. Add one more. Link here. And then go back to my older post. Please call one. Yeah, I need to drag this thing to here, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, this is supposed to be day 8. Yes, I kind of like accidentally pressed the wrong day. Yep, this is how I do all my art stuff. Much more better. My arm. If anyone want to know the rest of stuff, there's nothing more for you guys to see. It's just me like wrapping up. You guys can like just go and have your fun and go to sleep. You know, just do it. It's like 3:47 already, so you guys should really go to sleep. If it's like you have like, sorry that I'm starting slurring my word, but if you have like stuff do, things to be, just you know. Man, this is fucking long. Ugh. I feel fulfilled. I feel fulfilled. Alright then. Give me a little bit clap and then I'll be wrapping up, going to sleep. And as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Hope I don't get sick tomorrow. Bye-bye.